you ever traveled through time? We do it every day.
Asgardia is a country with a population of more than 1 million people from more than 200 countries on Earth. Asgardia gives everyone equal opportunities, no matter what their earthly status is.
It is possible to create and live in the future right now. Are you ready? Forward progress is the solution to the entire human race. Our mission is to bridge new horizons. In Asgardia, there is no limit to the universal development in the fields of technology, finance, and arts. Asgardia is a new space and digital economy which creates opportunities for the global economy. We deliver innovations. Do you want to get on board with us? We are developing various kinds of digital businesses, attracting them to the Asgardia platform that can be backed by the means of our umbrella, i.e. franchising of the Asgardia brand. We can not only attract investments into space programs from prominent institutional investors, but also affordable amounts from the citizens of Asgardia. We comprise of more than 1 million people.
Asgardia is a chance to realize one's dream. This is a dream-driven space nation. Asgardia is a chance to belong to a community of free-thinking enthusiasts, goal-driven dreamers, and fearless innovators, theorists, and scientists.
We are the first space nation. One humanity, one unity.
Asgardia.
We are creating
The future.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, she's demanding attention this morning.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Good.
See, we're still missing quite a few people yet this morning.
We have just 47, which means about 40 parliamentarians, right? Which is less than a half of our parliament. It's not acceptable, absolutely.
Yeah.
Morning, Tawana. Morning, Teresa.
Oh, we got a lot that come and go.
Good morning.
Some things never
Yes.
change.
We are few. Yesterday we are more. We were more.
People
Yes.
are
Yeah,
coming
yesterday I
and
was up at
was
yesterday I had to get up at 3 in the morning to 3:30 in the morning to make sure I was here at 4.
Oh,
No, yesterday's session started 2 a.m. my time.
oh.
It is worth it.
Very early.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it's worth it.
So no argument, please.
Now it's good time for me.
Yeah.
5
me
o'clock
also.
for me. Afternoon.
It's
Yeah.
snowing again.
6 in the morning.
9 p.m.
Come on, we are giving our weekends also all the time. We are working about everything. So
That's all right. It's snowing
It's all
outside,
good.
so I prefer being indoors right now anyway.
weather is not very well here as well. Little rainy, no sun, lots of clouds.
Bridget, you should go outside and walk at least for half an hour.
That's what a gym is for.
Gym or whatever, because I said my wife every day at 2 o'clock we're going, rain, whatever, we should walk.
Well, I have a
Sorry, I woke this morning and it's very icy.
Where, in Hawaii?
No, no, in US.
I see.
You need to
Hawaii.
change your greeting, either.
I have ski. If you want, I can send you ski.
Oh, you made me laugh. Oh, sorry, Bridget.
Oh, it's all right. Yeah, I can't believe I was reading the article on it. They're actually having snow in Hawaii.
I read another article yesterday about the people who is sitting more than 10 hours a day and working, for example. It's very high chances of dementia.
Well, I work 10 hours every day because
that's
we're
what I'm talking about.
backlogged.
We're all working 10, 12 hours a day for the last 40 years, let's say.
But yeah, I have a Oculus. That's a VR headset.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a program on there called Supernatural.
Mm-hmm.
And the program, you're actually working with a personal trainer doing aerobics.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, it's a lot of fun. I mean, sure, I end up
robots dancing.
Bridget,
Did
have
I
you
see-
ever
It's
had
boxing training.
vertigo? Guys, what is vertigo?
No clue.
It's when your head's spinning. How you call it? Vertigo?
Oh, vertigo.
Vertigo. Sorry, my English.
It's
All right.
okay. Yeah, there's a lot of games I can't play because I have that problem. And
Mhm.
basically, if you see the camera movement back
Right,
and forth
that's
in
right,
front of
that's
you,
right.
and
That's what I'm
yeah,
talking about.
I can't handle a lot of different games because of that. But there's quite a few games where I don't have that problem because they don't have the camera movements.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, vertigo can be caused from a vision impairment. It can be caused from inner ear disruption. There's a lot of reasons that it can be caused.
And my doctor said it's not curable.
No,
it may happen
not.
with anyone, and you should have for a couple of days, and it's one day it's gone.
Well,
It was also a good Alfred Hitchcock movie.
What, Ricky, say again?
I said it was a good Alfred Hitchcock movie.
Do you know that our Minister of Science, Flores, is one of the world leading experts in treating vertigo?
Mm-hmm.
He himself receives patients for vertigo as a physicist and physiologist.
I didn't, and thank you for the information.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I never met this disease before. But when I ask my friend, it's a lot of people have this symptoms.
Maybe he can
yeah,
recommend colleagues in the States to the, because I see the colleagues discussing it now are colleagues located in the States. Maybe if you are looking for an expert, maybe Flores can recommend somebody. He himself receives patients in Belgium for people come from abroad to see him for this.
But you know, it's happening suddenly. It's not any symptoms. It's one day you woke up and everything's spinning
you're
around
dizzy.
your head.
I'd have a neurologist check because
I did. I have CT.
May I? My mother had passed it for a short period because we catched it in the proper time and it wasn't settled on the body. We had the right treatment. It should be checked before it settles down to the body. So when you do it in the early time, you will not live it frequently. They will cut it off from your body if the balance and the things is checked properly by a neurologist. My information from my experience. I don't know the rest, but the sooner, the earlier, the better, I know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think we probably better finish the doctor's surgery now. But it is useful if we have people such as Flores who are world experts. I see no problem with us benefiting from that experience. So maybe he can indeed provide some useful feedback. Thank you, everybody. Welcome back for day 3 of our parliamentary sitting. I'm Dan Bitopic, the Chair of Parliament, and we have done a lot of work already. And this is our 3rd and final day of the final sitting for this year. Let's just review what we have done first. We began on the Friday with the usual technical announcements and the opening of the vote, including the quorum count, which we call the agenda vote on the agenda. You can vote for or against the agenda. The main thing is that you vote. We need to have 50% plus one in order for all of our processes to count, and for our votes to be considered valid. Yesterday, we talked about 4 new pieces of legislation. Those 4 were Information Safety and Security Cyber Act, Asgardia Foreign Affairs Act, Asgardia Digital Interface Act, and Asgardia Digital Properties Act. I think there was some confusion. Just to be clear, we're voting on the core principles and an overview of the articles, but not the details themselves. In future, I'll make sure that we have a pre-meeting of all those involved in the process, just so that we have clarity of purpose, and that will occur usually at the chair's meeting on the Thursday before we begin. I think that's a good idea, because to be absolutely clear, we are not talking about the detail. We're not voting on the details of those pieces of legislation, just the core principles and the articles. I also want to make sure in future that everyone's working on the same documents, and that's my responsibility to make sure. And then today we are doing committees. Then we got an update on our financial situation, and then we had the government hour also. Today we are talking about the work primarily of the committees. But before we go any further, I'd like our interpreters, now that people have arrived, just to tell everyone again about Turkish, Spanish and Russian translation. Let's start with our Turkish colleagues first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rubik. Değerli katılımcılarımız, tekrardan merhabalar. Yılın son oturumunda sizlerle yine birlikteyiz. Umarız önümüzdeki yılda birlikte olmaya devam edeceğiz. Artık alışılageldiği üzere bildiğiniz gibi Türkçe, İspanyolca ve Rusça dillerinde simultane çeviri hizmeti sunulmakta. Bizleri Türkçe dinlemek isterseniz alt tarafta bulunan tercüme ikonundan Türkçeyi seçebilirsiniz. Ve sizler de Türkçe konuşup söz almak isterseniz de yine Türkçe konuşabilirsiniz. Biz aynı anda İngilizceye çeviriyor olacağız. Tekrardan çok teşekkür ederiz. İyi toplantılar. Şimdiden iyi yıllar.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's go to our Spanish interpreter next.
Queridos parlamentarios, bienvenidos a este tercer día de esta tercera sesión parlamentaria del segundo Parlamento de Asgardia. Para los que ya están aquí, para los nuevos, estamos haciendo las traducciones en 3 idiomas, ruso, turco y español. Si tienen alguna pregunta, por favor, comuníquese con la coordinadora del Parlamento. Esto es para los parlamentarios. Y por favor, recuerden hablar un poco despacio para hacer la mejor interpretación posible, sin pausas, pero despacio. Así que tengamos un lindo día. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And now our Russian interpreter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Добрый вечер, добрый день, доброе утро, уважаемые дамы и господа. Добро пожаловать на заключительный день 3-го заседания парламента 2-го созыва. Позвольте мне вкратце напомнить вам порядок работы через переводчиков. Весь перевод осуществляется в синхронном режиме. То есть при говорении никаких пауз делать не нужно. Перевод осуществляется на 3 языка: русский, испанский и турецкий. Единственное, что мы попросим вас сделать, если вы будете говорить на русском языке, это говорить чуть медленнее, чем обычно. И желательно особенно, если вы зачитываете документ. Обычно при чтении темп речи повышается. Ничего, никаких кнопок нажимать не нужно. Вы говорите в основной канал. Мы переводим на английский язык, и с английского языка оставшиеся переводчики переводят на турецкий и испанский. Удачи вам, удачной работы в последний день. Спасибо.
Thank you. Thank you all. Any problems, then just raise your hand. Please do not speak too quickly. We do need to have time for the interpreters to do their job. We'll have a break at around 1600 UTC, something like that. We'll have just the one break today, 25-minute break or so at that time. The voting is open until 1700 UTC, and then it closes. And then after that, I will be able to give you the provisional result of the votes. Good news is we have got a quorum, so thank you. We have enough people registered now for the quorum to be valid, so all of the votes will count. So thank you. If you have not voted, please do vote anyway. I think that's it's very important that you do that. So I've mentioned what we're doing today. We'll be going through work plans of the committees and then reviewing really the timetable for priority acts. We've really done that, but I'll do it again briefly. After that, a summing up of the results of the voting, closing remarks, the national anthem, and the closure of the sitting. However, we have a very special guest today and to make a contribution. And in order to introduce our special guest, let me hand over to our Prime Minister, Lena de Winner. Good afternoon, Lena. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Hello again, everybody. I missed you since yesterday. I hope you missed me. So it's an honor for me to have a chance to introduce Dr. Mark Bielakovsky. He's a member of parliament. And in the last months, I actually was the one who saw Mr. Bielakovsky most frequently, because not only he and the team attended as Asgardia the meeting in Baku, but also I had the honor and the pleasure to visit the premises of the Institute of Biomedical Program, and I was part of the ingress ceremony, one of the partner representatives on behalf of Asgardia, introducing also crew member Ksenia Arlova, and of course greeting her on behalf of the head of nation, Dr. Ashurbeli. So it's my great pleasure to be part of this small but very meaningful presentation today. So it's my pleasure again to introduce Dr. Mark Bielakovsky to you. Марк Смылович, я рассказала, как мы часто с вами виделись за этот месяц, поэтому я вас сегодня представляю. Вас будут переводить синхронно, пожалуйста.
Thank you very much. Уважаемые дамы и господа, уважаемые коллеги, дорогие друзья, как вы надеетесь, знаете, 14 ноября в Институте медико-биологических проблем в Москве стартовал международный годовой наземный изоляционный эксперимент Сириус-23. Слайд, пожалуйста. Воспроизводящий основные характеристики длительной межпланетной экспедиции. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста.
Sorry to stop you. I'm not getting translation at the moment. I'm not getting translation. Sorry to stop you, Mark.
Я сейчас глюканул перевод, пауза. И Линда, надо шерить скрин, пожалуйста.
Okay, let's just see. I'm on English channel. Did anyone else get the translation? Okay, so the translation's not happening at the moment. Can we try? Let's continue.
Español es correcto. Español es correcto.
Okay, Spanish is working. Is Turkish working? Is Turkish okay? Yeah, okay. There's just the English, Russian to English translation not working. So let's continue. Hopefully it's working now.
Линда, надо шерить скрин.
Okay, let's continue, Mark. Hopefully the translation will work now.
Okay, thank you. Воспроизводящие основные характеристики.
So it reproduces the main characteristics of long-term interplanetary expeditions. At the briefing dedicated to the beginning of the experiments, there were well-known experts in the area of human space flights, including the Prime Minister of Asgardia, Lena de Winner. The next slide, please. Lena is in the center. Currently, the issues related to the development of near and far space objects are being addressed in the international level. Options of flights to the Moon and Mars are being considered. Construction of orbital near-lunar stations and on-planet bases are being considered. The implementation of such ambitious tasks requires a complex, innovative system of flight, medical, and biological support, tested in ground model experiments and on board the International Space Station. The next slide, please. The primary goal of the International Series project is to study medical, biological, psychological problems associated with human isolation and space limitation in long and ultra-long space flights. The next slide. The project is being implemented on the basis of the medical and technical ground experimental complex of the Institute of Biomedical Problems and consists of a series of experiments during which scientists and experts collect scientific data on a range of problems that the crew of space expeditions will have to face. Currently, the 17-day, 120 and 240-day isolation experiments have now been completed. The project's phase 4 scenario, the one-year-long Series 23 experiment, simulates the classic adverse factors of spaceflight: sensory deprivation, monotony, limited communication with the outside world, limited living space, and a controlled habitat. And factors of autonomous interplanetary flight, including communication delays and limited expedition resources. Key characteristics of a prospective interplanetary expedition will be reproduced. I will show you the slides. That means the activity of the crew inside the facility. Professional activities of space crew, including docking of transport ships, landing on the lunar module, control of robotic vehicles, extravehicular activities on the planet's surface, and practicing abnormal situations. Among the additionally simulated conditions, it is necessary to know the formation of a mixed gender and nationality crew, the performance of joint international experiments in close cooperation with the developers and producers of research. The next slide. During the simulated flight, the crew members perform the research program and carry out operational and technical activities to simulate an autonomous space mission. The tasks performed during the experiment include the development of new methods for diagnosing and preventing the effects of certain unfavorable factors of interplanetary spaceflight in order to prepare new onboard experiments, hardware, and equipment. The scientists' attention is focused on the study of psychological, sanitary, hygienic, and microbiological aspects of long-term human stay in a limited volume sealed facility with an artificial habitat under the condition of strict resource limitation and communication delay. A large amount of work is planned in the field of immunological, metabolic, biochemical, and molecular biological studies. As part of the experiment, psychophysiological aspects of crew activity will be studied in the event of various technical malfunctions that can lead to accidents with serious consequences that pose a threat to life and health of crew members. Problems of interpersonal relationships, intergroup interaction and leadership with different gender composition, problems of prolonged and regular extravehicular activities, accompanied by physical exertion and night work. For the first time, studies will be carried out to assess the impact of various systems of the human body under the influence of hypomagnetic condition. A total of 52 studies on the scientific and 15 studies on the operational and technical program will be performed. The international group of scientists includes representatives of Russia, Belarus, the United States, Canada, Italy, Czech Republic, Turkey, India, South Africa, and Asgardia, the space nation. The next table shows you the list of experiments which will be performed during the experiment. The scientific program of Asgardia is dedicated to the assessment of women's health in spaceflight conditions. Let me remind you that at the previous stage in the Series 21 project, the R&D assessment of the effect of 8-month isolation on microbiological and immunological status and mineral bone metabolism of the female body in the framework of the Sirius project that was carried out. The next slide, please. Based on the results obtained, a publication was prepared in the Room Space Journal. Asgardia, in collaboration with IBMP, published a book, Asgardia in Series 21 Isolation Experiment, a diary of a space researcher. I recommend them to be read by you. I think it's very interesting. In the new experiment, the range of research has been expanded with the addition of a study of peculiarities of medical support for women in the autonomous small group. The crew of the Series 23 experiment consists of 2 men and 4 women with the following job descriptions: a crew commander, a flight engineer, a crew physician, and 3 researchers. The next slide, please. Asgardia is represented by the crew physician, immunologist, allergologist Ksenia Orlova. She took over the baton from Victoria Kirichenko, Series 21 crew physician. Ksenia kept diaries, publishes her notes in the Telegram channel. In just 1 month of its existence, the channel has gained 300 subscribers and continues to be actively developed. Thank you very much for your attention. Today, it's the 18th day of the experiment.
Thank you very much indeed. Fascinating. Let's take questions or comments. Would anybody like to ask our colleague questions or comments? Yes, Sarah.
Good morning, and thank you for taking the time to speak with us. At the very end of your presentation, you mentioned the Telegram channel. Would it be possible to drop the details in the chat so that we could join and follow as well? Thank you.
Марк, не слышишь русский перевод?
Нет, русский перевод не слышу.
Да. Просьба разместить в канале то, что на последнем слайде презентации было в чате. Rebecca, if you could please put in the chat what was, or Linda, maybe if you have the present. Okay, it's already in the chat. So the channel is in Russian, but Jakob has life hack how to make it speak English to you. So we had an article about it. So Rebecca, if you could also post the link to the article from last week, how Jakob explains how he reads it in English. Мы пояснили уже, Якоб Мулдер, который здесь присутствует, министр.
Thank you.
Он уже научился читать его по-английски, и мы уже про это писали новости, это тоже сейчас информацию разместят.
Окей. Спасибо.
Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments? It's a very interesting project. Ariadne.
Muchas gracias. Es un honor
Thank you
estar.
very much. It's an honor to be here because I think that series is something very fabulous. Just a while ago, we shared in the media the email SMM that add space, where we could send the hello to the people that are in series program about New Year's or the end of the year 2023, because it would be great, because with our words we can say hello, and they're doing a great job, and it's a great perspective what we're expecting from Asgardia in the future. Dr. Velakowski, this is really exciting to listen to the process and knowing that this will be a 1 year.
Thank you very much for that. Let me just go to Ada, John, and then if there's a specific question, then we'll go straight to Mark. Otherwise, I'll get these comments in. Ada, you're next.
Good evening.
Hi.
Hi. I just got a comment from Mark for Asgardia Space Nation total. I always say every time and every minute, every second, every month, we need personal contact activity for those young people to join Asgardia Space Nation. That's why we have a lot of people join, the young people join Asgardia Space Nation, because we need more activity like this where they could participate at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, well, the more involvement we get from the world, the better it is for the whole project and also for Asgardia. I very much agree. It's these practical projects that Asgardia is involved in that really gives us meaning, and I think increases our credibility also. John, fine. And then Bridget. John.
Yes, I wanted to ask Mark, I know there's other isolation experiments going on, and I was just wondering if there's a sharing of information between isolation experiments, so that you all can like compare notes and data and stuff like that.
Марк, вопрос к вам. До этого комментаторы передавали комплименты и пожелания.
Мне тоже их хочется слушать, да.
Джон спрашивает, что известно, что есть другие изоляционные эксперименты на земном шаре, и хотелось бы узнать, есть ли между вами некое сотрудничество, и делитесь ли вы с ними своими данными, а они с вами.
Вопросы проведения наземных экспериментов.
The question of conducting on-ground experiments in isolation has attracted a lot of attention of pretty much all the scientists who deal with physiology and psychology in space. And such experiments in different countries have been conducted, and the most unique experiments took place in Russia. Back in the day, in the 60s and 67, 68, there was the first experiment of this kind conducting. And they were modeling a space flight to the moon. That was a secret experiment, but later on, the file was opened to the public and an entire book came out. And in our institution, there was an experiment, Mars 500. You've probably heard about it. There were 6 crew members from ESA, from France, from China, and 3 volunteers from Russia. And the Sirius series of experiments is international, as you know. As I told you today, there are 10 scientists taking part in this project from different countries. And currently, there are no other experiments like ours being conducted in the world. I know there is an experiment in the United States dedicated to mineral metabolism, and Japan and China are also dealing with these issues. And usually they conduct complex experiments, and they invite people from other countries, other cultures and mentality to check out how people deal with each other interculturally. This is why we welcome at our institute specialists from different countries, and we are happy that they join our experiments.
Thank you for your answer. Let's go to Bridget next. Bridget.
One thing that's spoken of for astronauts on the ISS is the psychological aspect of being aboard. that is due to the constant noise. It can feel crowded even though there's not a whole lot of individuals up there. The workload, the lack of sleep, etc. Will these experiments help with not only studying the mental health issues of such problems, but also try to find a way to mitigate those issues? I know that on land, the isolation projects won't help with the mitigation of the physical aspects of weightlessness or the psychological aspects of weightlessness, but all other psychological aspects to be considered. Will this help with that?
В космосе на МКС известно, что люди чувствуют себя в толпе из-за того, какой шум, хотя толпы там особо нет, но это психологический фактор. Помогают ли ваши исследования, чтобы как-то решать проблему вот этой зашумленности, которая ведет к ощущению толпы, и какие еще психологические моменты решаются в ваших экспериментах? And I would like to draw everybody's attention that Clive posted a link to a room article in the chat, which refers to that subject. Clive запостил линк на статью в руме, которая описывает этот вопрос.
Уважаемые коллеги,
Dear colleagues, I'd like to say that our institute in Russia is the head organization for medical and biological support of space flights. And the second point is that it's really important that on board the ISS, we are responsible for the health of not only Russian cosmonauts, but also all of the research being conducted within the Russian segment of the ISS. And we deal with international partners for that. We have a very broad program, which includes over 50 research directions on board the ISS. And one of these most important directions is psychology and psychophysiology. And this is what we deal with here on Earth, and understanding full comprehensive information based on the results of ISS experiments. We model new methods. We work out recommendations for optimizing the activity aboard the ISS, and on-ground experiments are exactly for this purpose. We want to make sure that astronauts working in harsh conditions of spaceflight, we are working in advance for lunar programs and far space flights like to Mars.
Thank you for that. Anybody else would like to make a point? I have one question. I'll come to you in a moment, John. I just want to ask one question. I've asked this before. How much of a problem is it that the gravity is 1g? Does that make a difference to the quality of the learning? Because obviously in space, it's 0g, unless you have a rotating spaceship. That would be my question, Mark.
Лен, перейди, пожалуйста. Лен, у меня нет перевода.
Да, я не ту кнопку нажала. Вопрос, какой степени наличия гравитации в эксперименте влияет на качество полученных результатов. Ведь когда люди летают в космос, там невесомость, только если нет вращающейся станции, но таковой у нас сейчас нет.
У нас нет задач в наземном эксперименте смотреть
gravity. We don't have this objective in our on-ground experiment. And we don't have another goal of irradiating people without any necessity to do that within current experiments. So we're not dealing with these issues. And most part of the research being conducted in such experiments is out of doubt psychological issues and psychophysiological issues. And we're currently researching various methods dealing with hypomagnetism and thinking for your question, dear Mr. Lambert. We conduct in parallel to our on-ground experiments that you were asking about. There is a centrifuge in our center, and there are currently in the world like around 4 or 5 such equipment. And the Russian orbital station, which will be dealing with lunar flights, will include methods using the centrifuge. So we're currently testing those out.
Thank you for that answer. We continue with John. Fine, then Jason Colby. John.
Yes, I was curious. During the experiment, I know you're going to go a year, but just hypothetically, if let's say somebody during that year becomes seriously ill or has a serious medical condition of some sort, God forbid, of course, but how would that be handled? Would they just remove that person, or would the experiment itself stop?
Эксперимент запланирован на год, но если вдруг, и не дай бог, у кого-то возникнет серьезная медицинская проблема, что с этим будет? Человека эвакуируют или эксперимент будет остановлен?
Мы сделаем все возможное, чтобы эксперимент...
Doing everything possible to prevent the experiment from being stopped. And we've had experiments, we've had different kind of issues in this type of experiments. And of course, in terms of this kind of condition, the spaceflight would continue in any case. And once one of the volunteers, who was a female volunteer, she fell during our training session and broke her arm. We checked her and decided to evacuate her. So we do hope situations like that don't happen, but in terms of an emergency case, of course, both health and safety of people aboard are a priority.
Thank you very much indeed. It is interesting, the level of risk involved in a long-term space flight and the difficult decisions that must be made when you are millions of kilometers away from Earth. To me, I think that is probably the most difficult part of all of this, because you have to ensure the survival of the rest of the crew, even if one person is critically ill. Right, so let's go to Jason next.
Good morning. So I just had a quick question, and this may be unrelated, because I know this experiment was mainly dealing with psychological effects of isolation. But recently I've been reading about the effects of anti-gravity on astronauts that are in orbit for an extended period of time. And two of the particular issues that they were speaking about was that change in brain tissue that actually persisted in these astronauts for months and months after they returned out of anti-gravity, and also muscle dystrophy. And so I was wondering if these experiments were in any way able to provide any insights for remedies for those particular issues, or if that was something that's just kind of out of the scope of this experiment.
Я недавно читал, что в результате путешествия на МКС в условиях отсутствия гравитации есть изменения в тканях мозга космонавтов и мышечные дистрофии. Они наблюдаются еще долгие месяцы после окончания полета. Это непосредственно как-то связано с экспериментами, которые вы проводите, или это никаким образом не коррелируется, поскольку нужно полное отсутствие гравитации?
Да, об этом много пишут.
Yes, a lot has been written about it. And of course, we understand that this is a major issue in space. And of course, in microgravity, this is the lack of gravity, so there is no load on muscular tissue. And so there is a fluid shift, of course. And of course, people lose calcium in their bones. And out of doubt, everything we're conducting here on Earth is working out new methods to help stabilize the situation we currently have. And we do have positive response to that. And out of doubt, our experiments, in a lot of cases, help to stabilize processes going on in the human body. Of course, speaking of outer space, it's a very harsh kind of environment for a human being. And of course, people are very vulnerable to space-like factors. And our goal is to do everything possible to make sure a human being is healthy and they stay alive. And our goal is to help with that.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, everybody who has contributed. Sometimes when we are doing our parliamentary business, we can forget that the mission objective is in space. What Mark reminds us is that we are doing all of this so that we can live in space. And I hope that all of us will be here to see the next moon landing. And I hope that we will all be here to see the first Mars landing. That is an exciting prospect. And Asgardia is playing its part to make those things happen. Thank you very much, Mark. We're very lucky to have you in our parliament. Last word to you, Mark, and then to the Prime Minister before we move on. So, Mark, do you want to say anything else?
Хотите ли, Марк, сказать что-нибудь еще? Это было заключение на тему, что как хорошо, что вы нам напоминаете о нашей основной миссии, потому что когда мы занимаемся своими парламентскими делами, мы иногда забываем, что это все ради того, чтобы летать в космос, а вы нам об этом напоминаете. Хотите ли сказать что-нибудь в заключение?
Обязательно хочу сказать, что я очень благодарен.
I'm very grateful to Asgardia that it's been actively participating in the scientific researching long-term space flights. This is a very interesting direction of research in terms of investigating the impact of spaceflight on the female body. And of course, if we're talking about giving birth in space, developing in space, this is a very noble idea, but it's also a very complex idea to deal with in terms of its implementation. And of course, our collaboration in this direction is very favorable. So we're very grateful to you for your collaboration. And if there are people willing to visit Moscow, Asgardia and our institute would be happy to host them.
I would love to do that. And I really hope that I can visit. That's a really exciting offer, Mark, and if I'm able to, and if I'm permitted, I would love to come and see us moving one step closer to long-term missions in space. Very exciting. Thank you very much.
Елен будет очень вдохновлен перспективой вас посетить и очень хочет теперь Москву еще сильнее.
Да.
So I translated that you're now even more wanting to come to Moscow.
Леночка, спасибо.
So again,
Thank you very much.
And thank you all very much from us in the cabinet. It's myself and Floris Wout, who is the Minister of Science, who is in charge really of the scientific part of the activities. And we will continue informing you through our website about the progress of the experiment. And if you are into it, do sign up for the Telegram channel of Dr. Ksenia Arlova and ask Jakob Mulder, one of my genius computer wizards, how to make it speak English to you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Prime Minister. Obviously, please do stay with us for the rest of our proceedings today. It's very exciting to talk about real space rather than legislation. But that's what the committees exist to do. The committees must all work together to make these things occur. And that's what we will be doing today.
I would like to say one more comment, since there was a question in the chat about pregnant women in isolation. Rebecca, if you could please post the speech which I made at the ingress on the 14th, and actually rather the link to the speech from Dr. Ashurbeli at the press conference in Baku. It's announced that the next goal of Asgardia to initiate the isolation experiment, where married couples will be invited to join the isolation crew if they are planning to be having children. So that's in the making in Asgardia. So Rebecca, if you can just pull up the news, the announcements from the website so colleagues can get informed. Thank you.
When I stood to be your chair for another 5 years, I said we were moving from a time of building our democracy to a time of delivering in our democracy. And what the Prime Minister says and what Mark Belakovsky's just said sounds to me like delivery at its very best. So let's be enthusiastic that we are involved in really important space developments here. And thank you to our Prime Minister for organising that presentation, and thank you to Mark for giving it.
Thank you.
And good luck on your mission, literally. Let's move on. We now do go back to the process of committee work. So this is the time, as we always have, when we go through the work of the committees, and we always follow the same order now, only because it's like that in the book. And by the book, I mean, I have this book. It's a great book, which records the first 5 years of Asgardia's work. And the order we will do the committees are science, finance, citizenship, foreign affairs, information and communications, trade and commerce, justice, youth and education, safety and security, equity and resources, manufacturing, and then culture. That's the order. It's the order that we always use these days. People ask me why this order. It's just how it happened, really. The original reason it was in that order was nothing very strategic, but now we do it because it's easy, and that's why we have that order. So I'll just go to Alexander. Alex. Oh, you raised your hand.
Yes. Yeah, I would like to ask you to give me a floor as soon as possible, because I have to pick up my grandsons.
Okay. We could, well, we can start with you if you wish to, Alex. That's fine. There's no problem with starting. If there's a good reason, then we change things. Are you ready to go first, Alex?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, right. Let's start with Alex then, and then we'll continue with the order as we've described. So, in fact, we'll start with finance and Alex, then we'll go to science. I expect to have a break at about 1600 UTC in about 75 minutes or so. And that'll be the only break. But over to you then. Over to you, sir.
Говорить я буду по-русски. Я приветствую
I will be speaking Russian. Greetings to all Asgardians. And I can say that I didn't prepare a special report for today's session, but I do have a scope of questions I'd like to discuss with our fellow MPs. In particular, I'm an MP and president of the Finance Committee. Over the past 6 years, I've held this position, and over this time, there have been a number of laws adopted. Not all of them are working currently. There is a number of reasons for that. There is no point of unity. Some of the laws are written for the future. Some of the laws can't work simply because of the legislation, other legislation. But there is one law that could be active already yesterday, but it's not currently working. It was first introduced to the parliament 3 years ago. And I want to ask you, we position ourselves as an open democracy, yet our tax law was written 3 years ago. It went through 2 readings, and unfortunately to me, it was taken off of the agenda for its 3rd reading. No explanation was provided. However, I consider this law very important. And moving on the openness of democracy, I've been listening to the reports very closely of our finance minister, etc. And the reports, the way we see them, is far from being sufficient. It's like an iceberg top. And we don't know the details. They don't know the rest of the information. And we understand fully that everything is being financed by the head of nation, but we do want to know the entire budget of our state. And this is what I noticed in terms of the Minister of Finance. The payroll fund in Asgardia is over $1 million. Let's put it this way. It's probably in dollars, but I know very well that all of the employees of the body, all of the parliament members are getting their remuneration. Under what jurisdiction, what country's jurisdiction are we paying taxes from our income? Why are we not paying these taxes to Asgardia? This is my question. So the question of adopting our tax law as soon as possible, I consider it a priority question. The second point I wanted to make, over the course of 5 years, the Finance Committee has been mostly working based on my efforts. I haven't seen much effort on part of other MPs. In terms of my emails, calls, invitations to Zoom meetings, I haven't had much response, but I've been very hopeful that this would change with electing the new parliament, the 2nd parliament. Yet the situation is still the same. In terms of my call on having an intercommittee meeting, only Takuya responded to that. He's been supporting me all the way through. I would like to see more active participation on part of MPs. And I feel exhausted by the end of these 6 years of my work. We need support. We need the economic structure of our state. And this is in brief my report. I wanted to address the issues I currently have. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Alex. Let's go to the Prime Minister.
Well, the comment from Alex was on 2 areas. One is purely parliamentarian matter, and the other concerns the Minister of Finance. So I'm also willing to wait, depending on which priority you want to address them.
Let's start with the legislation point. I know Alex, and then we'll talk about the Minister. I know Alex has been very disappointed by what happened, and I do think it's really important we get your legislation through. The reason was simply logistical, really, but there's no point in me trying to justify what I know is annoying for you. We need to get this right, Alex, and not waste anyone's time. So I'm hoping, I was going to mention it in priority legislation, I really would like us to properly finish what we started, because as you say, we went through all the readings and try and make sure that what we're talking about here is finishing the legislation that you've got more or less prepared. Offline, maybe we should have a special meeting about that, and then I can do what I can to make sure we don't end up with a rerun of what happened the last time, for which I apologize. Let's talk about the finance minister now. So back to you, Prime Minister.
Well, actually, when I said that there are two areas, I meant more as a parliamentary business, what Alex mentioned about the meeting and the lack of participation.
Wow.
And it's totally nothing I can comment on. So I wanted to comment both on the law and on the comments about the Minister of Finance. So about the law, my understanding of the situation is that there have been numerous consultations between the Minister of Finance and the chair of the Finance Committee, and the firm position of the Minister of Finance, which I support without being passionate about it because I'm in no way a finance expert, is that when there is no economy, there is nothing to tax. So while it's a very good exercise and a very important thing to have, the reality is such that we are totally underfunded. So discussing how exactly to tax non-existing zero income is not a high priority. That's the position of Minister of Finance. As I said, I'm not going on my own to have a debate about it. I'm not an expert, but from the common sense point of view, it makes sense. What concerns the commentary, again, questioning the presentation of the financial overview by the Ministry of Finance, I have to say I find it surprising, because yesterday he was online for as long as he was wanted here online. So waiting for 24 hours to discuss what he said yesterday, I find it strange for an open debate, which is available every quarter when he presents. So again, I would encourage to maintain as many debates as it's desirable whenever that's in the agenda. We all turn up for the agenda when we're announced. What concerns the financial overviews, again, it's not the first time this is brought up, not in this case by Alex. I've heard it from others before. The answer was and is and will remain that the full overview is given on the revenue flow, which is generated in the scope of operation of Asgardia. So the revenue which comes in are resident fees, and there is some negligible compared to resident fees revenues coming from the registrations of businesses on Asgardia Trade and from sales on Star Shop. These are some tens, maybe a few hundred, it's under $1,000 worth of solars that comes through that stream. Therefore, this is a revenue generated by the fact of existence of Asgardia and operation of its ecosystem, and that's exactly what's getting reported. Everything else is in no way related to Asgardia in terms of the source of assets. So at this stage, we as government do not have an overview of what you can say is a private person in his private capacity choosing to sustain and develop Asgardia. So this will not change. I'm surprised this is coming up again, because that's been asked and answered exactly this way on numerous occasions. So to summarize, from my standpoint, there is no urgency in the tax law because there is nothing to tax. And by the way, when it comes to solars, which then can be claimed, indeed, everybody here is exactly aware of how this is done. So again, I'm surprised that of all the people that the chair of finance is now asking how it's done, that people get remunerated in solars, and then there is room for converting it at your national bank and paying taxes. I'm surprised we're discussing it because the system is operating since the parliament pretty much is in service, and the residence fee, since the parliament passed the law which allows to compensate in Solar's operation of the parliament. So actually, I find it stunning that we're discussing it 5 years later, how it's done.
Well, your comments are noted also. I can't really add anything to that. Just to say, the reason I did mention the numbers of committees, I'm trying to think of a way that we can ensure that we get good turnout in all committees. I'm not sure if there is a process which could regularize committee meetings or something like that. It's not something we can resolve today, and it applies to all committees, not just to the Finance Committee. I will simply add one more thing. The committees are becoming really important now. You heard from Mark Belakowski. Things are happening in space, and they're happening quickly. And if we don't make our society work, somebody else will do it. So we're so far ahead of everybody else in terms of our societal systems. I would be very sad if somebody else got ahead of us. And for that reason, I feel the committees do need to be made to work. But I won't go into it more now. If other people want to raise it, that's okay as well. But I really feel that we need to make sure our committees work. And one last thought, I thought maybe we can regularize the timing of meetings. We have a good turnout on Thursdays because everybody knows it's on a Thursday and usually it's at the same time for our Q&A. Maybe that's a solution, or there should be, it could be an Asgardia day that we have. I don't want to over-prescribe. I don't want to tell committees what to do, but maybe there's something we can do just to make it easier for people to be in the habit of coming to the committees. Anybody else want to ask or comment to Alex Rizzi about his report? Okay, thank you, sir. Very much appreciate that. There's quite a lot going on in the chat.
Маленький комментарий. Я внимательно выслушал нашего премьер-министра.
A minor comment. I've been attentive, and I'm very surprised by the reaction of Prime Minister. Out of everything I said, there is only one, that this law has to be adopted even before any movement begins in the economical area. We have discussed this many times with Ben Bell, and he supported me that this law has to be adopted as soon as possible, so that when there is a lot of activity on the market, there is a law available to apply it. Second, my dear Prime Minister didn't answer my question about the individual incomes, 11 areas of taxation. Tax on individual income. In all the countries, this income has to be mentioned in tax declarations, and the tax has to be paid from this income. And you haven't answered my question, how and why we don't have tax on our salaries. Thank you.
This is really maybe a question for our finance minister, but if Lena wishes to reply, then I'll hand it over to Lena.
Indeed, I would first of all, my dear chair of the committee, your dear Prime Minister is not here for a question and answer session with you. That the government hour was yesterday. The only reason I raised my hand was because I wanted to comment on things on which I wanted to comment. So if you specifically insist on my opinion, I would like to emphasize that Minister Bendel is the Minister of Trade and Commerce, and while I encourage all the consultations between everybody, this was just an excellent example why I particularly insist that all the official contacts happen on the horizontal lines. This was just an example why it would be very important that a discussion between Minister of Finance and the Chair of Finance, even if the other chairs or the other ministers are involved, are formalized on this horizontal level, because while I totally respect and support ideas and initiatives of all my ministers, and I see where the Minister of Trade and Commerce comes from, I consider this particular reference interesting privately, but not totally relevant if it's not supported by the Minister of Finance. And the position of Minister of Finance, which I understand, and so far nobody explained to me when he is wrong, that this is important, of course, like many forward-looking laws, but this is not urgent. We can and what needs regulating is plentiful, for sure, and there is employment, and there are benefits, and there are salaries. Salaries, I don't understand why the chair of finance is insisting so much on the importance of salaries at this very instance, while you all for a fact know that the amounts in solars which are received are a couple of $100 per year. So when we talk about the revenue of Asgardia, this is negligible. It does not make any difference in the current operation. So yes, on the level of a model, which needs to be all-encompassing and properly grounded in the tax law, this one particular item, just because a couple of hundred literally are circulating in the system, it makes zero difference, zero plus difference. It's really negligible. So for me, this as an example is negligible. It's just an example of one thing amongst many things which are taxable in the system. So if 150 people, 170 people get 200 solars a year, I doubt you will legislate to tax them 50%, but even if you would, it still would make no difference in the cost, in the running cost of the entire operation. So yes, it's an item on the list which is to be discussed when this thing is finalized in its entirety. So again, it's not my place. It's by accident I'm here. I would not be normally sitting in this meeting if it was not for Mark's presentation. I can only emphasize that I find it surprising that this was not brought up yesterday when the Minister of Finance was online.
Thank you for this. Let me go to Ariadne next. Ariadne. And be aware, as the Prime Minister says, we're really talking about the Finance Committee report rather than the Prime Minister's report. We did that yesterday.
Well, actually, Minister of Finance yesterday, because he spoke first, ended up receiving questions which have nothing to do with his scope of responsibility, instead of waiting for me to come online. And the one question which refers to him was not brought up yesterday.
Okay, well, we are where we are now, and Ariadne is next.
Muchas gracias. Bien,
Thank you very much. I feel that we have to see this like the legs of a table. The parliament has to see that they are all at the same level. And very often we have to contemplate our work in a transversal way. I have talked about it with Benedetto and his project. The thing is, if we have a perspective or a view of something, we have to see it considering equity and resources. So we can create an homogeneous tissue of what we want to create. If, for example, we see a wall, as Alex said, if he asks for answers and he doesn't get them, then we should try to give an answer. And if we don't have, if it's out of our scope, then we should try to think out of the box. And sometimes it's very simple things, but if we get to an agreement, we can achieve things. Yesterday, I saw a movie about a man in England who decided to host a concert because he needed resources, and that's the way he found he could get some funds. and he talked to a very famous group, band, and asked for help, and he got it. So sometimes what we think is hard can be easier if we have the will to get together and do something. Thank you. That's my comment.
Thank you very much indeed. Any other comments from you, Alex, before we move on to the Science Committee?
Буквально два слова.
Just a few words. The reason I didn't ask these questions to the Minister of Finance are very easy. The session started at 2 a.m. for me. I just physically could not be present. And the second minor comment is probably we could ignore minor amounts. If, according to a report, $1 million is a salaries and wages, we can speak about the taxation rate, which is much lower than in other countries. It's 13 in Russia, 15% in the United States. Even if it's 8%, it's 80,000, which could be used by the nation and for the needs of the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Last word to Lena. I don't want to just have a dialogue here, but Lena, last word to you.
Unfortunately, I need to interject because totally inaccurate data is presented, or rather the numbers which are mentioned are not incorrect, but it's only half of the information. So out of context, it sounds as if the conclusion is correct, which Alex is offering. The reality is totally different, however, because the numbers which Alex is discussing, first of all, I find it surprising we are discussing them because it's been regulated that we discuss all the financial things without broadcast, and there have been no discussions of interruption of broadcast. Secondly, these are forecasts. What will happen if the 100% or more of the acquired funds are secured, or the required funds are secured? This is based on the law which was passed at a time to which there is an attachment which regulates what are the solar amounts in salaries applicable to the chairman, prime minister, justice, head of administration, the next layer ministers, chairs of committees, justices, and then the next layer, all parliamentarians. So this is a law you have passed about 5 years ago, and it's an addendum to that law. So on the basis of that law, the calculation is made with an ideal budget if the funds are secured to distribute that money, at least that 100% or more. Assuming we collect 10 times more, this is the part which covers 100% of that budget. If you look, however, at the reports which are presented, or other overviews presented by the Minister of Finance, and these have been presented for the last 6 years, you would see that the real percentage of secured funds has never been more than 13%. So the number which Alex mentions, the most has been 13%. And I'm with Asgardia since before it was founded, so I know all the numbers. So the recent number, I believe, is 9%. Of that 9% of that total amount, 50% is spent on salaries, and the other 50% are spent on covering the other costs, which are also significantly higher than what is covered. So about 4.5% of that amount is split in salaries between the 170 odd people. So this is 4.5% of the numbers Alex just named. Therefore, my conclusion remains: salary taxation is extremely important as one of the items in the overall tax law, which will list numerous items which experts know and I don't. But today, saying that it makes a difference, for me, I'm sorry, it's a total farce.
Right. Well, I don't. I think the points have been made here, and there's a question from Jason about process, which I'll come to. But I think we I would like to leave this now because we are going into procedural detail. The points have been made, and as I say, for me, the one thing which I really want to look at procedurally is how do we make the committees just more effectively attended. Some of the committees work well. We just need to look at that, and that would be something I would like to discuss on a Thursday evening with the chairs of committees when I'm reporting to the chairs group. Thank you, everybody. One question from Jason. I have wanted to ask this question. Are the vice chairs allowed to communicate with any minister directly, since we do not have the deep descriptive on what vice chairs can do in regard as second for the chairperson to support the chairperson in their absence to run or build and improve the legislation? I have generally asked if the vice chair is going to be operating on behalf of the chair, then they need to talk with me, and we do this on a case-by-case basis, Jason. So there's not a strict rule on this. The purpose for these regulations or these protocols is just to keep everything simple and tidy. That's all. That's the only reason. But once again, we can talk about that in more detail on a Thursday. I don't want to take more digital sitting time on that specific question because it's a matter for the discussion outside here. So I'm not sure if Luca is with us, returning to the order. If Luca is here, then if you can raise your hand. I looked before, not sure that Luca is, in which case we'll go to the next, Jason.
Yes, hey, again, I guess this kind of falls under Jason's question as to what the vice chairs are able to do in the absence of the chairperson. Luca regrets to inform he won't be able to attend today, but he did set up for me to do the report in his absence, if that's acceptable.
Absolutely fine. There's your answer, Jason. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. We just need to get the business done, and that's a great way of doing it. I'm grateful that Luca has been able to do that. I know he has had an incredibly busy year so far. So thank you, Jason, for doing this.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. So I can
absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, so here we have the Science Committee Activity Report. Currently, we have 30 members in the Science Committee that are members of Parliament. Luca is our chair, and myself and Ariadne Gallardo are the vice chairs. That's one of the big news is that we elected the two chairs there. We've developed a plan to hold monthly meetings so that we may keep track of our progress and stay on point. And we hope to have good attendance among our committee members. We have prepared plans to work on these specific legislative topics that we hope fall in line with the head of nation's ideas and the science minister's ideas for what we need to be working on currently. So 3 topics that we had picked out tentatively are space science and industry. We don't have a working group formed for that yet, although we do have one candidate that seems like he would be a good leader for that group. And so we've spoken with him a little bit, and we plan to continue to work on that. And that one's going to be contemplating industrial processes and their regulations, try to create tenders with some companies involving the manufacturing committee in the processes. The next topic that we deemed important enough to start ahead of others potentially would be people in space. And Corna Oliver is going to lead the working group for that. She's the education chair, so she's a great person that would be able to connect these categories together, people in space. So she's going to try to be finding opportunities to establish the structure and contacts that are favorable to the Asgardian communities and their connection with Citizenship Committee. And then finally, the third item that we've been focusing on was protection of the Earth and the environment on Earth and in space. I myself am leading the working group for that. We've done some preliminary research on existing legislation around the world for the European Space Agency and NASA on how they are mitigating low Earth orbit debris, because when we start to go into space, that's a pretty serious issue that needs to be addressed. It would make everything much safer and more likely to be successful for us up there. So we've gotten some summaries of the current legislation in place, and so we're going to try to make actions and plans on how to move forward with that as well. We also have our hands in the pre-Astra, the Academy of Science, Technology, and Research for Asgardia, and we wanted to make sure that we specify that this is not something that is related to the education platform of Asgardia. This is almost kind of like an Academy of Sciences, almost like NASA for Asgardia. But we do recognize that as a preliminary stage, that the concept law should be prepared in order to give this power to the Minister of Science to make this kind of a commission. And so we are kind of hoping that we'll get some more support on that area. Then finally, these are three of the other projects that we are currently assisting in and working on. Obviously, the Asgardia 2 satellite is one of the most primary and utmost important projects that we're doing here. We've got some plans for different models of satellites that we can use. We have discussed the possibility of offering different types of services or scientific experiments on board the satellite, which would generate additional income and potentially help cover the cost of launching the satellite. We've also been in collaboration with the Academy, which is the actual educational system, and we've been helping to collaborate with them on that. We don't have any concrete proposals necessarily, but we like the idea of instruction for space, education on exoplanets, the orbital environment, visits to aerospace training centers, and dissemination of astronomy in schools and participating external courses. And then finally, we would like to also participate in Asgardian education, making sure that we are helping in the development of the science-related educational strategies of Asgardia. That's pretty much it for that.
Thank you very much. Very nicely done. Very effective presentation, and it's good to see the teamwork between you and Luca. Luca has consistently been a great contributor to our work and continues to do so, I think, as well. John has a point. John.
Yeah, I just want to say that I'm very pleased to see that your committee is working on space debris. This is actually becoming a much larger problem than people realize. Currently, they are tracking literally thousands of pieces of debris in low Earth orbit, LEO, and it actually has caused damage to satellites, and even the ISS was damaged by debris in space. So it's an issue that some say that if we don't get control of it, it could cause a cascade effect that could destroy all satellites eventually in low Earth orbit. So, and there's also the people that are theorizing that it's gotten to the point now that from space, if the debris keeps collecting as it is, Earth will actually have a ring around it from the debris. But it is definitely something that there are some companies I know of that are working on solutions for this. I know NASA is part of that. They're also very interested in trying to mitigate space debris. So it's good to see that our science committee has got that as one of their priorities. And I just wanted to thank you for that.
Thank you, John. In the film Gravity, the core storyline is a massive amount of debris destroying just about everything else. It's a very interesting film. And it does highlight the fact that as debris hits debris, you end up with a really big problem long term. Ross.
Thank you, Limit. I just wanted to say that this is something that we were looking at in Nation Builders. We actually had a project going to potentially develop drones that would help to clear up the issue of space debris. It is a massive issue. Even a tiny chip of paint moving at those speeds becomes a lethal projectile that can deal serious damage to space stations. I would be happy to share all of the kind of information that we collected on that and our approach that we were looking at. Unfortunately, we weren't able to finish the project because of the scope. It's very complex, and to actually create something that's able to stop debris is also incredibly complex, because if you make a mistake, then you just add to the debris. But yeah, I would love to share that with the science committee.
Yes, that is the problem. The Igena rockets, which were used extensively during the Gemini, particularly the Gemini program, they had a habit of exploding in space after they had been used. They caused a lot of debris. And the higher the debris, the longer it stays. And that's the issue. There's another film, I think it's called, it's Anaria, I think it's called, and it actually features the same idea. It's quite a depressing film, actually, but the question of space debris is very important. Does anybody else want to make any other points, Jason? Okay, Jason, thank you. I really appreciate you, and please pass that your contribution. Please pass on our thanks to the chair as well. The film, by the way, I'm talking about is called Aniara, and it's a very interesting film. It's quite a dark film, I have to tell you, but it's worth watching because, once again, the core proposition, the central story of the whole film is based on some space debris. Ariadne. And then after Ariadne, we're going to go to citizenship and talk with Bridget. Oh, go ahead, Ariadne.
Muchas gracias. Jason, pues ayer
Thank you very much. Jason, yesterday it was announced that you were going to be presenting the report. Thank you very much. There are lots of homework that we have to do in the committee, and it is a committee of 30 members, and many of them are presidents of other committees, as is the case of Corna Olivier, John Fine, Ricky Sickles, and Benedetto Professor. It is very important, and we have invited Ross sometimes, and it would be excellent to that he participates, and he would be the next president of committee that would be in the science committee. The science committee is like the network, the brain network of Asgardia and its parliament, because it's a scientific coordination. Without the scientific coordinations, all the things that we want to achieve are not able to. And also the Asgardia 2, Asgardia 2, in the name of Luca, I want to thank everybody, and I want to comment that until date, only a 6-year-old kid in a city has been impacted, has received a collateral impact because of a space debris that that it actually impacted the earth. So it can happen with human beings, and that is the only registered so far. But we hope that we don't have those problems in the future. And regarding the drone that Ross mentioned, it is really important because the space plane of ESA and NASA are working really hard on it to achieve that goal. And the problem is that there is a structure to work on it. But until date, it is really complicated. The director of a project in ESA has said before, it is a huge work. But if we're all part of that huge work, that would be a great homework for Asgardia, and to feel that we are collaborating on the cleaning of where we're thinking of putting our house in the future. Thank you very much to everyone.
Thank you, Ariadne. Thank you, Ariadne. Anything else you want to say, Jason, before we move on?
I just wanted to thank everybody for their support and to say that we are happy to have anybody that would like to join in this very important work. You're more than welcome to join, especially Ross. We really appreciate the work that you put into this beforehand with the nation builders. So absolutely, we would love to use that work and make sure that it doesn't, go to waste. So thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Jason. Let's move on to Bridget and citizenship. Bridget, good morning to you again. Over
Good
to you.
morning. All right, so the Citizenship Committee report is in two parts. One will be my presentation, and then one will be from one of my two vice chairs, Teresa Jones. We do have two vice chairs, Pascal Cobalt, who was voted in when we had the election, and then Teresa, who is working with Pascal, but also helps me with my work. In the past few months at the last sitting, we did have one in-person meeting where about half the committee showed. And that is from there where we had voted in Teresa as our second vice chair. And we had to work on some proposals to retain parliamentarian members, which you are aware of, which is the Emergency Parliamentarian Fee Act that we are still hoping to get through somehow. We are also working on retaining members, because while everybody is recruiting and we do see numbers go up and down as far as membership, we do see the problem with retention of members once they are joined. So that is going to be one of the focuses for the Citizenship Committee, is not simply recruitment, but also retention of members for the next 5 years. We also did look, sorry about that. We also did look at some various sports that members and non-members alike may be interested in, such as drone racing, along with other sports that could be had. And then we talked about sponsoring events at various schools, various universities, as well as doing talks at various schools and universities, in order to get people to know who we are and that we exist, as well as doing events in smaller contexts, such as booths at fairs and science shows. Our esteemed vice chair, Teresa Jones, has put together an excellent spreadsheet where it shows not only our membership, but how our membership has increased and decreased over the years. She went and separated it by continent as well as by country. And if it is all right with everybody, I would like to hand this over to Teresa so that she could present the membership to everybody so that you could get a good view on what our situation currently is as far as membership. Just so you know, this information is available on the website, but it is difficult to get it all. Teresa works tirelessly every week to get her spreadsheet together, and we are very grateful and lucky to have her in the Citizenship Committee. With that, Teresa, I would like to turn it over to you so you can present the spreadsheet to our entire Parliament. This is, of course, all of our membership and our current membership details with percentages. So it may be a little complicated to follow, but I found it not as difficult as what one may think. All right, and over to you, Teresa.
Okay, can everybody hear me?
Yes, no problem.
All right. I don't know if we wanted to do closed session for this or not. I know there was some discussion about that yesterday. That's
Okay,
fine.
just while we're doing this, we'll have a break at about 4 o'clock, maybe 4:05, and it'll be the only break today. So even if we haven't finished, just for certainty, we'll break at about 4:05 for 25 minutes till 4:30, just so that you all know when we're going to be breaking. If we finish before then, we'll start a bit earlier, but we'll give you 25 minutes to half an hour break maximum. Okay, back to you.
Okay.
point for us to take a break. This is the only break we have today. Before you go, you can stay online and so on. I'll be here, but I need to do some calls and, as always, make sure everything's working. Please vote. If you have not voted, use this break to vote. Voting's open for another 55 minutes. So please vote yes, no, or abstain. We are quorate. Our votes will count. So please do vote. And also, after this, I will just tell you the order. We will go through the Foreign Affairs Committee, then Information Communications, Trade and Commerce, Justice, Youth and Education, Safety and Security, Equity and Resources, Manufacturing, and then Culture. That's the order that we'll be doing it. So we've got 9 committees to go through still. I think probably we'll be finished in about 2.5 hours, but we will have to be finished the very latest by 1900 UTC, which is just under 3 hours from now. And we will be ready. We will be finished by then. So that is great. Thank you. You can use this for chat as well. That's fine. We'll come out of the closed session now and people can listen if they wish to. That's up to you, Rebecca, how you want to do that. But if Foreign Affairs can be ready to be up next, then we'll do that in 24 minutes. We'll do that at 4:30 UTC. This is your only break. After that, we'll go all the way to the end. Okay, thanks. I'll be here, but I'm just putting my screen off because I'm just going to check with my staff. So stay online and we'll see you shortly. Yeah, and Ross, yeah, I see your point there, Ross, as well. Okay, see you shortly. the world. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the third day of our Asgardia parliamentary sitting. If you've just joined us, I'm Len Petropic, Chair of Parliament, and you're observing this live and unedited from all over the world. We are currently going through committee reports. I remind you again, you have 30 minutes to vote, 30 minutes to vote. After that, the voting closes. When we finish today, I'll read out the preliminary results of the vote. That needs to be verified, of course, by our counting commission. We've done 3 committees. We've got 9 to go. Ugo Aydin, who is the chair of our culture committee, goes next. So, Ugo, over to you, sir. But once again, please do remember to vote. Right, over to you, Ugo, and remember, you can get full translation in English, Spanish, and Russian from Ugo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, and of course, our distinguished Prime Minister, Parliament Chair, and also all other committee presidents and vice presidents. I want to thank you so much. Our priority is, of course, as a committee, is to have the digital space library, and I want to share some of the ideas, and also I want to tell you about the work that the Culture Committee will do in the coming period. As you probably also know, the DSL project is a project that received the vote of confidence of the Parliament and found its place on the Slack page. There will definitely be some obstacles in front of a project that is ready in terms of legislation, and even in such a complex project, we will probably see that. Let us tell you about the financial sustainability of this project. The Baku Summit, our last physical meeting, witnessed moves that could allow the DSL project to progress. And Mr. Dr. Igor Ashurbeyli, founder of Asgardia Space Nation, organized a meeting for me to discuss DSL with him. As a result of this wonderful one-on-one meeting with Mr. Lambit and Dr. Igor Ashurbeyli, through our translator, Mr. Igor examined our proposal and said that he would accept our file, along with some documents that needed to be added through Mr. Lambit. So we shook hands and left quite happily. The prepared DSL web page provides a strong infrastructure that can meet the necessary need. This was an incredible moment, and this was perhaps the most critical stage in this important project. After returning to Turkey from Baku, the first thing to do was to add the information requested by Mr. Igor Ashurbeyli to the DSL legislation file. As a result of long phone calls and sometimes conference calls with the company that will create the web page, we received answers to questions such as what kind of page layout it will be and how much it will cost us in the long run. And as the last stage, we stated that we are ready to present our file to Mr. Lambit with the support of the FA Committee President, dear Ferdan İnan. So, taking a short break here, I would like to also address to Mr. Lambit Öpek. I have prepared the file and I have attached also certain documents, and now I click on enter and you have the file now, Mr. Lambit Öpek. Hopefully this is going to be a great job, and if you allow me, I will continue with the rest of the presentation for the committee report.
Yes, thank you. I will make sure once I have finished the documentation for this sitting, I will send that to our head of nation. In fact, we will talk about it. You can send it, but I need to write a cover note. So that will be done this week. And congratulations on putting all of that information together. Really appreciate that, Ugo. A very good meeting between you and the head of nation in Baku. Back to you.
Bay Lembit, burada size ayrıca bir parantez
Mr. Rapik, thank you. And I want to also mention a small note about yourselves. We started this process 6 years ago, and I am sure that we have made a huge progress in this regard. And I would like to thank you especially for being with us in preparation of all this documentation and legislation.
Thank you.
So although it is not very definite for now, I want to share something surprising with you. I was a guest at a meeting of 3 wonderful ladies who were working on creating a new language for Asgardia. These people are Sarah, Korna, and Teresa. In order to communicate with them easily, I hired a translator who could translate into Turkish and also into English, so that we can have a better understanding. So, and I want to mention that this is something that I did for the first time in my 6-year tenure with Asgardia. And in order to contribute to their work, I made a request to the chairperson of the Culture Committee. And I told them that a welcoming word in the newly planned Asgardia language would be great on the opening section of our DSL webpage. This word had to be a word, of course, that will be accepted by Mr. Igor Ashurbeili, which is, in quotation marks, one humanity, one unity. So, as soon as we have the DSL web page activated, this web page will welcome all of us with the new Asgardian language saying, one humanity, one unity. So, as I mentioned before, I sent all this documentation to Mr. Lembitopek, and please also accept that documentation. And there is also one more thing. There is still hope for riding. I am sure you remember, and perhaps the most important guest of the Baku summit was riding. He also mentioned that Mr. Igor Ashurbeili also accepted him, and that the riding issue should be addressed by the trade committee. And from the manufacturing committee, we had Benedetto and John. We will work very closely, I'm sure, with them. And I'm pretty sure that in both of these projects, we will contribute much more to the justified rise of Asgardia. And I would like to also state some of our long-term vision. I would like to inform you that we have feedback files for the first, middle, and 5-year long-term periods. And I would like to thank my friends for their sensitive approach to this issue. And you can read the presentation prepared by myself, Sarah, and Jose. If you think this will take too long, you can just interfere or interrupt me. From myself, I would like to tell you first about my vision, our vision of what the committee will deliver to achieve the goals of Asgardia. Secondly, of course, we want to create a schedule, like a program of activities for Asgardia. And we will be, of course, providing them to the attention of Asgardia Parliament, for instance, the Asgardia Space Games. That is going to be a very important activity. And also, we would like to create communication with the other earthly organizations and institutions. And of course, we want to create a really new language, which will be a method or a means of communication with the rest of the world. And of course, we have some targets for the coming 5 years. Our first goal is, first of all, to make sure that the digital space library works more efficiently and more usefully than any other digital library. Developing our own dialogue method and being able to apply this method in front of the parliament at certain times is another important 5-year goal. And of course, ensuring the full applicability of the events in the cultural event calendar is one of our goals within 5 years. And if you allow me, our Vice President Sarah will continue with the presentation, and I would like to give her the floor now, and she will talk us through certain beliefs and values and what are the basic ideas and also norms and traditions and some of the ideas which are not written but what are the expected things. The other one thing is about language and communication, symbols, language, and methods of communication used by a group. Arts and artifacts, the tangible and intangible creations such as art, music, cuisine, and technology. 5 is religion and spirituality, the shared spiritual beliefs and practices that give meaning to existence. 6 is social structures and institutions, the organization of relationships and institutions that form the basis of social order. The goals of the cultural committee. We have 12-month goals, first of all, again from the wording of Sarah. The first one is cultural documentation. Document and promote the diverse cultures of Asgardia citizens to foster understanding and appreciation. 2. Cultural events and celebrations. Organize monthly online cultural events or celebrations showcasing different aspects of Asgardian and Earth cultures. 3. Language development. Initiate the development or adoption of a common language or languages to facilitate communication among Asgardians. 4. Cultural education. Implement cultural education programs to foster mutual respect and understanding among citizens. 5. Arts and creativity. Encourage the development and sharing of Asgardian art, music, literature, and other cultural expressions. And finally, let me also take you through our 5-year goals. First, cultural heritage preservation. Develop systems and institutions to preserve and promote Asgardian cultural heritage and diversity. 2. Cultural exchange. Establish cultural exchange programs with Earth nations to foster mutual understanding and collaboration. 3. Language proficiency. Achieve widespread proficiency in the chosen common language among Asgardians. 4. Cultural research and development. Invest in research and development to understand the evolution of Asgardian culture. 5. Cultural institutions. Establish cultural institutions such as museums, libraries, and arts centers. 6. Cultural diplomacy. Utilize cultural diplomacy to establish and maintain positive relationships with Earth nations and other potential extraterrestrial entities. 7. Global contribution. Contribute to global cultural diversity by sharing Asgardian culture and learning from others. In the spirit of what defines culture, we keep coming back to the idea of celebrations and holidays from the wordings of Sarah. We have so much to celebrate being Asgardians, and these are just some of the ideas that we have been thinking about. We can have Asgardian holidays and events, for instance, and Sarah says that she would like to help establish Asgardian holidays that resonate with our celestial aspirations. And here are some of the ideas that will bring our community closer. These are some of the days. For instance, we have our founding date, and also we have the Constitution Ratification Day, but we can also have some other dates for celebration. For instance, we can have first satellite launch anniversary, or maybe we can have Flag Day. These are some of the holidays that we might also consider. For instance, we can have a holiday we might call Unity Day. So this will be a day to celebrate our interconnectedness, recognizing our shared dreams and humanity. This could be a day of reflection and collective activities that foster unity and understanding. It will be also an amazing opportunity to join together. Another idea for a holiday will be Celestial Art Festival, leveraging the universal language of art to express our cosmic journey and fostering a rich tapestry of narratives through visual arts, music, dance, and more. This could be a great opportunity to collaborate with youth and education. And finally, let me also recap. That can be also, for instance, Innovation and Science Week, again an idea by Sarah, encouraging the young and the old to delve into the wonders of science and innovation, showcasing the amazing technology behind Asgardia, while also a culture of curiosity and learning. This could be also an amazing opportunity to partner with science, manufacturing, security, and finance. So these are basically all that I would like to say. We have a really long list and we keep working, and I would like to thank everyone who contribute to this work. But we also have Barry Jose's presentation actually that I would like to read out, but probably it's going to take too long. So I don't want to steal from your time anymore. And I want to thank all the committee members and all the vice presidents. And I really want to thank you so much, Mr. Lambitopic. This is all I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Any questions or comments to our Chair of Culture? Hugo. Okay, excellent. That's a really Ariadne.
Muchas gracias, Hugo,
Thank
excelente.
you very much, Uber. That was excellent. And you showed up with Riley's team, and Riley is very optimistic, and he's an ambassador in many parts of the world. I'm very interested about those holidays because, as the Prime Minister just commented, a couple will be invited to become the parents of that first Asgardian baby born in space. So it would be fabulous to have a family day or a parents there, because over the world we see that they celebrate Father's Day or Mother's Day separately, but I think we should celebrate them together as a couple. What we call in my home country the duality, the synchronity of two people. I think it's fabulous what you just exposed, and I want to congratulate you because you do amazing things. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Let's get Ricky, and then I'll go back to.
Yes. When is Space Heroes Day, since that is now an Asgardian holiday?
Okay, thank you for that, Ricky. Let's go back to Ugo to summarize.
Evet, Sayın Başkan.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lepek. First of all, I am extremely glad that I did not receive very critical questions, but I received much like comments, which basically also satisfies me, because it shows me that things are going fine, or at least that's how I think. So first of all, as I mentioned before, Sarah really did a great job, and we have a couple of new ideas here from Ariadne and Ricky, and as pointed out earlier, we have a really nice schedule and of events, and I want to thank again Ariadne for her aspiring and inspiring ideas. So as I mentioned before, we already have this official calendar of Asgardia. But apart from or independent of that calendar, as the culture committee, we also want to create a cultural calendar, and hopefully the ideas from Ricky and Ariadne can be, of course, integrated into this culture calendar. And we ask for ideas from all other members of the parliament. This is not, of course, something that can be achieved only by myself or by Sarah. We need a really good collaboration from all the parliament members, and we already received two really nice ideas, and hopefully if we have other contributions that will help us a lot. And Mr. Rapik, if this is, as I mentioned before, if this is agreeable or if this is appropriate, we would like to have this idea of cultural calendar idea being an official part of the Asgardia and Asgardian processes and procedures. And I would like to once again thank in front of you to Sarah for her efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think that's really great, really clear. And if anybody else now wants to make any contribution before we move on to foreign affairs, then do so now. Okay, Sarah.
Just to really briefly, there is an active language program. I know Ugur mentioned it in his presentation about the translation for One Humanity, One Unity. That is an amazing project that we are working on with Youth and Education. Teresa and I have been in contact with the 3 individuals who have actually created the Asgardian language projects. And if you don't mind, I would like to actually drop the link for that language program into the sidebar so that anyone who is interested could get additional information. It's really quite fascinating. And thank you for an amazing presentation.
Thank you. Yes, thank you both of you. I really see the Culture Committee making progress now. It's great to see that. And I really appreciate what you're doing. It's great to see it. So thank you. You've got a good picture of what's happening there. In terms of the proposal Ugur is making, I love the idea. We won't work it out now in this meeting, but offline, let's work it out. And then I would like to submit that proposal for the consideration of Head of Nation. I think he would be very interested, and I would really welcome his perspective on this too. So thank you, everybody. Ugur, and then we'll move on after.
Sayın Başkan, chat
Mr. Chairperson, in the chat box, we receive messages of congratulations. I just want to thank all of them. I'm sorry I cannot reply them in the chat part, so I just wanted to verbally thank them.
Thank you, Ugur. You've always been a very popular member of Asgardia. I'm very proud to work with you as a chair of a committee, and you are a real credit to Turkey. So is our next speaker. We move now on to the next committee, and it is the Foreign Affairs Committee, of course, and Ferda Inan joins us now. So Ferda, over to you for Foreign Affairs.
Çok teşekkür ederim arkadaşlarıma.
Thank you. Our committee has been also working really well and efficiently, and let me share my screen.
Ekran görünüyor mu acaba?
Can you see my screen?
We can, yes. Affirmative.
Çok teşekkür.
Thank you very much. I will be presenting in Turkish, and you already have the English version on the screen. So we have 2 meetings basically this year, and the third one will be held on December 4th. First of all, we prepared the Foreign Affairs Act for the digital session, as you also are aware. And right now it is being voted, and at the end of the session, the results will be announced, and we are extremely excited for that. Secondly, we appointed and voted Carl Sampson as the 2nd deputy chair, and then together with Jason Colby, we had a really special work, especially regarding the work of the ambassadors, and we also had our formal reading, and we are expecting your ideas and opinions. In our meetings as Foreign Affairs, our idea is to make sure that whatever is done by us will become a global issue or a global topic. So that's why we have to think for all the globe. That's why maybe we should be considering the work with, I don't know, with some social media influencers or other types of means on the social media to make sure that, you know, Asgardia and its efforts are being known and followed by much larger audience. And also, we know that from the FA committee and from the legal committee, we needed to have the conflict resolution work, and one of our dear members also presented us some ideas, and we had certain discussions, and we had a special working group, and on Thursday she will be presenting for this issue. Raiden project is also a project that we also own and always pay special attention to. And space debris project is also another topic that we are also discussing nowadays. And we are also thinking about some other and alternative projects that can be relevant to that idea. In the coming days, we have some other work that were left undone, for instance, especially for protocols. And for some new projects, we have other committee members that are also working quite intensively. On my own behalf, I also have done certain work regarding the Istanbul office, as you are probably aware. And in the coming weeks, we will be creating our PowerPoint slides on this issue. And on Thursday meetings, we will have our presentations. The first one was already discussed a little bit and mentioned to the head of the nation in the Baku meeting, as far as I know. And in addition to that, as I mentioned before, we also work on writing projects, Astra Babies project, and of course, some other projects that you can also see listed on the screen right now. I want to thank you for your attention.
Bizi dinlediğiniz için herkese teşekkür ederiz.
Thank you so much for your attention. So my presentation is over. Mr. Opik, you are muted.
Sorry, that happened by accident. Thank you. Thank you, Ferda. I want to say that I believe Turkey can be the role model for a complete civic system, hopefully with an embassy as well. Ferda spoke with the head of nation about that when we were in Baku. I'm very excited by that. Turkey is effectively putting itself in the center of the world, partly because of its outreach to the whole planet. And I think it's a great place for us to start. With 35 million people living in Istanbul alone, there are a lot of opportunities to build our residency numbers and followers there. Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Rupik. Great job, Ferda. It's really encouraging to see somebody taking the reins of FA and moving forward with such energy. So congratulations there. I don't want to give any spoilers because I'm going to talk about this shortly, but I also have plans to start interfacing with influencers, and so this is something that we can probably align on.
Thank you, Ross. I see personally a big opportunity to build the relationship between you and the work we're doing in Turkey and the Foreign Affairs Brief. It seems to me just so important, and it's exciting. As we're going to see you in just a minute anyway, you're up next. So I just think this is very exciting. I can tell you all, I'm more busy now than I've ever been with Asgardia because the committees are working, and I want to get the membership, the attendance of committees up, but the committees are working because the chairs are working. Anybody else wish to say anything before we move on to Ross? Okay. Thank you to Ferda, and thank you because Ferda has to do this on her own. We don't have a Minister for Foreign Affairs, so Ferda has to do the work, and she does it really well. Back to Ferda to summarize.
Yani Ross'a teşekkür etmek istiyorum.
Thanks very much, Ross. Regarding the projects, I think it was Carl Sampson's idea, then all other friends, colleagues supported this, and then it was decided that we need to conduct some studies. And I didn't want to pass the information to other persons before making a presentation here, because as a member of the communication committee, we know we need to work hard in terms of communication. I'm trying to make the meetings as close as possible so that I can establish links between the other committees. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult. So our dates are clear, so I'm making my adjustments accordingly.
Thank you very much, Ferda. It's exciting to work with you, and you really have got to a stage where things are really happening, and Turkey's the right place for them to happen. The head of nation sees Turkey as one of the really important nations on earth for Asgardia, and that's one of the reasons why it's so exciting to be hopefully setting up this embassy basically in Istanbul. Now, we heard from Ross a moment ago. Let's go back to Ross, Chair of Information and Communications. Over to you, sir. And then after that, we'll have John Fine from Trade and Commerce. But Ross, over to you.
Thank you once again. I'd just like to take a brief moment to comment on your lovely tie, Lembit. It's fascinating. So hopefully that will be a piece of space fashion that we can maybe take up in from the Culture Committee.
It was available in Baku. You snooze, you lose.
I expect a souvenir next time then.
Come and pick it up yourself.
Fair challenge, sir. Fair challenge. So I'm just going to share my screen with you guys so I can get a little presentation up. So this is kind of an amalgamation of the presentation that we presented in Baku. Can you guys hear me okay? I just got a crash report.
We can see it. It's absolutely fine. Yeah, we can see it.
Thank you very much.
Your presentation. Yeah.
Splendid. Thank you. So yeah, I'm going to briefly just touch on sort of the overall general plan, and then I'm going to move on to sort of where we are and then what our next steps are. So first off, this was the kind of overall concept of what we wanted for the Information and Communication Committee, which was to, just really provide support to those core goals of the nation, the first birth of a child in space, and also the establishment of permanent human space habitation. Those are our end game goals. Obviously, we all know we have a lot to do to get there. So we founded some sort of core principles for our committee to allow us to be really focused on those. And they are realism, revenue, and reach. So the goal behind realism was to provide sort of immediate actionable legislation for today's needs, but without losing sight of the fact that obviously, we are a very forward-facing nation, and that what we create needs to be able to be utilized in our future. We know, all of us, that money is our win condition. Without money, we cannot achieve our goals, and that is just the way of the world at the moment. So we wanted to look at projects and legislation that will also help to drive more finance. And as we've discussed, residence is a big part of that mission. And finally, reach. We have one of the most hopeful and amazing messages that is currently in the world today. We're talking about a future where people can be happy, where we'll have space, where we'll be sharing technology, and we have this great concept of unity in our nation. So we really want to make sure that we can get that message out there and attract more future Asgardians. So our targets for the next 5 years were to enact 5 key pieces of legislation, to champion revenue-generating projects, and to make sure that we have close collaboration across government bodies and, of course, other committees. The pieces of legislation we wanted to enact are as follows: digital archive and heritage preservation. And actually, as I go into these, having seen the presentations of other committees, I do see that there are crossovers, and this is good in my mind as it shows we have common goals. And I will, of course, be reaching out to people where we have crossover to make sure that we are working together to provide a consistent approach. So second up, digital platform compatibility, which we presented yesterday. Digital communications rights. We are a digital nation. We do a lot of our communication online, and we do a lot of our communication digitally, and we obviously want to protect people's rights in those spaces. Virtual real estate and domain framework. This will pertain to, I touched on this in John Fine's presentation. We're not talking about IP, we're talking about ownership and rights of virtual properties and virtual spaces, which I believe will be a big part of the future. And finally, digital media and content regulation. So this is about opening up our networks and our spaces to people like advertisers, like content creators, like news outlets, and just making sure that we have firm and clear guidelines to ensure that we don't get overrun by visceral fake news and unethical production. So next up is championing revenue generating projects. So there are a lot of ways we can potentially make money, and how these will be implemented is variable. I will be very much hoping that this is something that members of parliament can get behind and run with ourselves, as I don't believe they will require, say, ministerial intervention. These are things that we can do ourselves. And they are as follows: the Asgardian Representatives Initiative. So this is something that, for example, John and Ferda are kind of intimately involved in, with establishing those earthly locations. We realize that there is not a lot of definition behind these different tiers of earthly establishments, and that there is not a lot of information out there about it, which is, of course, a big challenge. So we really want to be involved in that. Crowdsource science and research. We have a huge base of Asgardians, and we really want to tap into them to help us address some of those challenges of getting into space by either setting challenges or entering Asgardian teams into scientific challenges. Next up, digital recruiter program. So we're talking about how to expand the number of Asgardians we have. We're talking about how we can retain more Asgardians. So the idea behind this is that we will be reaching out to create a system where, let's say, for example, Lembit invites his friend to join, or Lembit is out there meeting with businesses or meeting with education facilities. He will get rewarded if he brings those people into Asgardia. Next up, cross-promotional collaborations. So again, this is another thing. We really think that we have a great message, we have great science, we have amazing individuals who are, some of them, world-renowned. And we think that we can continue to reach out to more organizations for collaboration. And in this context, we're looking at cross-promotional opportunities where we can amplify each other's messaging. And then finally, influencer engagement. There's a lot of really well-known, really popular influencers out there about in the sort of, space industry. And we really are not that good at sort of leveraging our social networks. So this is something that we want to get more into. And then the sort of final element is collaborate. And this is something I touched on earlier. We really want to be involved in what other committees are doing to help share their messaging. And this is something that will become definitely a personal project of mine. I intend to start doing regular updates, regular video updates. I would love to have interviews with committee chairs and committee members, and really just start to show people like, hey, look, we are just, we're just good people. We're human beings who are trying to solve a problem. And then hopefully we can gain some traction and get our message out there as well. So what have we been up to in our committee? We've been having regular committee meetings, not as often as I would like, but we get the team together. We talk about the issues. We talk about our goals. We appointed our deputy chair, Daniel Shoemaker. We created our work plan, part of which you've just seen, which we presented at Baku. We came together to create a mission patch for our committee, something to help us just sort of keep our 5-year mission in mind, to help us remember what we're working towards. I've been working with John Fine on the establishment of the Asgardian Representative Initiative, setting up his local authority on Earth. And of course, we have just drafted and finalized the first reading of the Digital Platform Compatibility Act, which it was renamed to, and presented that to you guys yesterday. I do have a small slide here to show you the mission patches we looked at. So we ultimately decided on the ones on the left here. There were some concerns over a baby being in space without a spacesuit, but hey, I'm hoping we won't need them by the time we get there. So yeah, that's kind of what we've been doing. So our plans moving forward are pretty straightforward. Like other chairs, I am also looking to improve committee engagement, which has been an issue, and it's something I will be sort of actively addressing. And I would love to meet on one of our Wednesday sessions to discuss that with the other chairs, as I do have some ideas. Obviously, I'm going to continue to collaborate with my committee members who are incredibly passionate, and just try to continue to have those meetings to push forward what we've got going on. The Digital Platform Compatibility Act, hopefully, if you guys decide that it's good enough to pass, we'll get that ready for the second reading, start fleshing out all the details. I would also like to launch our first committee project, which was just discussed, a few of those potential options on a previous slide. And finally, I want to have a strategic meeting with the Minister of Information and Communications and request the performance data for the past 5 years. We haven't really had a face-to-face, but I know that we have a lot to talk about. And in order to help support the ministry, in order to find out what's working and not, I would like to see the actual data of how our various properties are performing, what efforts the ministers have been making to spread the word of Asgardia, and then hopefully we can either create legislation or launch projects that will help with their mission. And that is everything I have to share today. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, then of course I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Ross, thank you very much. Thanks very much indeed. Very nice presentation, I have to say. Really nicely put together. Really pleased to see you working so well. And just in terms of what you're saying, there's obviously a lot of potential for cross-working between your committee and the other ones for the reasons that you've pretty much said. Does anyone have any comments or questions for Ross before we move on to John Fine next? Okay, Ross, this is Ariadne and then Ricky.
Gracias, Ross. Pues sí, cuando mencionas que
Thank you very much, Russ. When you mentioned there's a lack of experience in networking, I think that the idea is that we are creating something really interesting with the communities inside the website, in between Lega, Gemeleva, and myself. And it is wonderful because we are finding people, like you mentioned before, relevant people that could actually give incentives to what it means to be an Asgardian. So in December 12th, we're gonna have a meeting that we can celebrate. It is going to be in Spanish, but we're going to make more efforts to have simultaneous translations in the future for that. And at the moment, we have a very nice work that Elena has been doing after the meetings, the webinars. And we have to reply that, like, you know, pass it on in different languages. And we should have that, the same programs in Turkish, in French, in Italian. That would be wonderful. We don't speak multiple languages, but we are Asgardians, and we can be proud that to share the ideas that can be nutritious to us. And so your presentation is fabulous. So thank you very much, Ross.
Thank you very much indeed. And thank you to those of you who are sending pictures of me on air. It's always a surprise. Just to explain my setup, my camera is there. I have two screens here. And so if I'm looking down, it's because I'm looking at you. So thank you very much. When I look up there, I'm looking at the camera. When I'm looking down, I'm looking at the participants. Ricky, you're next.
Yes, Ross, that was a really good presentation. I got a couple of questions of. I know this has been discussed before, and I made a suggestion about it. On Asgardia TV, the way it's currently set up, it's not really organized. And I had suggested maybe breaking it down into like the way the BBC does, you know, BBC One, BBC Two, do that with Asgardia TV. So that like one channel was the webinars and our televised meetings. Another channel could be like movies and such. There's a lot of what do they call it? Open public movies and TV shows. Yeah, that doesn't have to be no royalties paid for. That could be used, and possibly a weekly news channel or bi-weekly news channel, and find advertisers to pay for advertising to be able to, you know, put your product online, whether it be gaming systems, computers, you know, gaming computers, what have you, anything like that. And then that's one thing. The other thing is when you were talking about digital properties, you may want to try and get in touch with the Minister of Equity and Resources. I know that she deals or dabbles in that somewhat, so she might be able to help you out in that realm. Other than that, and also too, has there been any discussion about possibly bringing back the Asgardia online radio station? That would also be another revenue stream. Thank you. Good presentation.
Thank you, Ricky. Let's go back to Ross to summarize, and then we move on to John Fine.
Thank you very much, Ricky. Yeah, so one of the things that I would like to speak with the Minister of Information and Communication about is Asgardia TV. I would love to scrutinize its performance and see what the plans are to make it more fruitful for Asgardia. I would love to know what the visitor numbers are, what, you know, like you said, the user experience, what's being addressed to what's being done to address that, because we are living in a world where technology is moving so fast. You know, we have video platforms like YouTube, Netflix, Apple TV, and these provide a certain level of experience that users have come to expect. And if they are not able to meet those expectations, then I will be asking the question, why are we pushing for Asgardia TV? What benefit does it bring to the nation? And the one thing you say is, of course, well, advertisements, control, we don't have to worry about YouTube copyright strikes and things like this. But when you look at these two platforms, just for example, side by side, the potential to be discovered is 5,000-fold greater on YouTube than it is on Asgardia TV. The potential for revenue is hundreds of times greater than it is on Asgardia TV, because there are millions of people, billions of hours being watched every day. You know, these are practical questions that I would really love to speak with the minister about, to find out what the vision is and how we can support that. And like, you know, there are a lot of other platforms springing up as well. We have obviously TikTok, we have YouTube Shorts, we have Instagram Reels. What is our strategy for breaking into those spaces? So this is again under that title of reach. You know, what is the reach of Asgardia TV compared to what we could get elsewhere? As for digital properties, 100% I am aware of the Minister of Equity and Resources work in that area, and I would definitely love to speak with them. And on Asgardia online radio, you know, I think it's a great idea. It's something I would love to speak with the minister about if he has any plans for that. I would definitely love to see it, because I think there are a few things that can really bring credibility to an organization, and news is definitely one of them. You know, we have obviously great ties to Room, and it's an incredibly well renowned publication. If we could also create news and radio or podcasts which can become industry leading, which I believe they can, because of the access we have to this industry now, it would be a huge step in credibility for us. Maybe Linda Opic could even host it. So yeah, thank you very much. So in summary, yes, brilliant questions. Thank you everyone for your support. And we will just keep rolling up our sleeves and just getting down to work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ross. No reasonable offer refused. If you want me to present something, we can talk about the contract later. Thank you very much. Let's move on then. We're halfway. We've got 6 to go. Let's go to John Fine next, Trade and Commerce. And after John, it will be Peter Mon.
Thank you, Lambert. I appreciate that. Yes, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen.
Just while he's doing that, we will be finished at 7. We have 1.5 hours left. So do feel free. You don't have to take much time. The economy of words is always welcome.
Okay. Normally I would have a slide for this, but in preparation for yesterday's act, I didn't have enough time to prepare a slide, so I will do it the old-fashioned way. This is the Trade and Commerce Committee progress report. And I want to try something here. I don't know if this is going to work, but y'all can tell me if it does. It's just a test.
The most difficult thing is the decision to act. The rest is merely tenacity. The fears are paper tigers. You can do anything you decide to do. You can act to change and control your life, and the process is its own reward. Amelia Earhart. First female aviator to fly solo across the Atlantic.
Yep, it
Did
worked.
you all hear that?
It worked, John. Yeah.
Did you all hear that,
Yep.
speaker? Okay, so that
Well done.
works.
Very impressive.
Yes, that's a good quote from Amelia Earhart. I think that pertains to us. Our mission and purpose is to create private business within Asgardia. We must make laws that support business creation, operations, opportunity, security, protections, accountability, and management. Our focus, the Minister of Trade and Commerce has created unique tools to allow the business ecosystem to evolve. Now that the Asgardia Corporation's Enterprise Act and the E-Commerce Act have become law, we are advancing our trade and commerce environments more than ever. In conjunction with the Ministry of Trade and Commerce, our committee is committed to finding legislative initiatives surrounding this new business environment, supporting legislation, joint resolutions, or any measure needed to keep our business environment evolving. We congratulate all Asgardians taking the Asgardia Business Challenge and supporting their efforts, plus continue our victory call to all who want to join the Asgardia business environment. And that environment, of course, is the Asgardia.trade. This was mentioned yesterday, that if you have a business in your country and you are the business owner, it's suggested, highly suggested, you go on Asgardia.trade and you are an Asgardia resident to go on Asgardia.trade and register your business. Okay. And the Minister of Finance, he went into detail on this, and what he said was very true. And I support his words as well. If we can get people registered on Asgardia.trade, the more businesses that register and the more people that use them. This is residents, of course. So you see a business registered on there and it's something that you need, well, then click on that business, check it out, and perhaps do business with them. And this helps create, generate revenue for Asgardia in a different way, other than just resident fees. So, yeah, I support that effort, and Minister Dale supports it as well. Our future goals, of course, is the Asgardia Digital Properties Act. This act is related to intellectual properties. While the act primarily focuses on traditional intellectual property protection, additional digital property protection has been added. The focus is to protect property that belongs to those who need such protections. It also builds the framework for safeguarding Asgardia's properties. Much modernization has been implanted into the act to help it comply with international laws and newer concepts of our digital world currently discussed within the United Nations and the WTO. Recent debates, however, have demonstrated an opposing view that does allow an alternative way of thinking about intellectual property and suggests certain protections be adopted to eliminate what might be considered corrupt practices. This new information is under review, and if edits are needed, we will act accordingly. Of course, we already made the edits because several people made some suggestions, and I had a few of my own, and I made 2 small additions to the act. It doesn't change. It doesn't change the scope of the act, but it does address this opposing view, a view that I did not consider when I was first drafting the act, and felt that I needed to consider that because obviously this view is strong enough that it's viewed in other parts of the world, and if that's the case, then we need to address it in at least some sort of way. Our Above Space initiative. During the Executive Congress, I presented a quick review of the Above Space initiative, previously called Orbital Assembly Initiative, to the HON during a meeting with the HON. The HON said he had not seen anything on the initiative to date, and he was open to new ideas and wanted a 3-page proposal sent to him outlining the critical areas of the initiative. I prepared the business proposal and sent a copy to the HON, Parliament Chairman, Prime Minister, and Minister Bindell. Since then, the Prime Minister said Lambert needed to have the proposal translated and sent directly to the HON from his office. Lambert has given his assurances that he will have it translated and personally see to it when the HON receives it. This proposal's objective is to give Asgardia a way to carry out operations in space while creating a revenue-generating space station that will allow Asgardia to be part of the new space economy. The revenue that can be generated from the station is approximately 3 times higher than the initial cost within a 30-month window. And I wanted to give a little more detail on that. Let's see here. I can go to that screen. I had a meeting with Above Space Friday, and in that meeting there were some new initiatives or new information given. And this information may actually work into the Asgardia 2 project that we're working on currently in Parliament. And so I want to give an overview of that information first before I go into the other. But this video can explain that better than I can, so I'm going to just play the video.
Humanity's expansion into space will happen much faster than you think. The availability of microgravity and partial artificial gravity will enable activities and ventures that you just can't do on Earth. Activities such as manufacturing, pharmaceuticals, tourism, and many others. The question is, what are the steps that move us toward that?
Now I want to stop right here. This guy here, Dr. Thomas R. Spiker. Okay, if there's a top 10 list of scientists in NASA and JPL, Jet Propulsion Laboratory, Thomas Spiker would be one of those. He has been working for those 2 organizations for many years, since the beginning of his career, and he is considered one of the foremost experts. He's also one of the founders of Above Space.
We're in the midst of the first step right now, a dramatic decrease in the cost of launching to space. This enables activities to be profit-making now that 10 years ago were uneconomical. The next step, these payloads need someplace to go, a destination. And the great majority of these activities will need pressurized vessels containing air, they need water, they need power, they need thermal control so you don't get too hot or too cold. And of course, particular commercial activities require specialized facilities and services. Finally, we need to bring some of these payloads back to Earth. Right now, the only facility providing all those is the International Space Station. But the problem is the ISS was designed as a research and development facility, not as a full-scale production facility. Space is limited, thermal control is limited, power is limited, and because of that, access is limited. That means there are thousands of commercial missions bottlenecked by the ISS and clamoring for an alternative. That is the need Above is addressing. Meet Prometheus, a modular infrastructure platform that meets a wide range of government and commercial applications. Prometheus offers in months instead of years access to custom pressurized environments, facilities, and services to support the needs of on-orbit product development and manufacturing at a fraction of the price of the ISS. Above greatly reduces costs by hosting multiple payloads on each flight, with automation and using low-risk commercial off-the-shelf technologies. COTS technologies are very important because they avoid the cost, schedule, and performance risk of developing new technologies. Prometheus enables the development of the next generation of commercial space companies and is the cornerstone of our development program leading to long-term habitable space stations. The key to securing first-mover advantage is heritage. The Above team, with its decades of experience in spaceflight, space technologies, and mission architecture, is ideally positioned to take advantage of commercial off-the-shelf technologies, putting them together in creative ways to do things that have never been done before. Between myself and Robert Miyake, we have enough experience in spaceflight missions and operations to know what works in space and what doesn't work in space, and this greatly reduces the risks for the missions that we're designing in the future. And that's why the Department of Defense has entrusted us with a contract to develop our Archimedes platform, a platform that is rapidly deployable and a flat surface that supports many different applications such as radar, high data rate communications, and energy transmission and generation. My colleagues and I started Above because we realized we had a fast track to allow humanity to move to space and to make a profit doing so. We already have the letters of commitment to make this profitable from the very first mission. Prometheus is the next step in a wide range of critical infrastructure solutions. This is happening. We are going. And in phase 2, we'll begin to offer return of payloads to Earth. If you believe in the mission of providing more space in space, join us.
Good. Now that's what we talked about Friday, and as you can see, that's a very exciting thing. I want to look at this right here. These over here, these areas here, are what's currently going on. And some of these is what's currently going on in space, and this is the estimated value by 2030 in billions. This space here kind of represent the opportunity in space. Okay, that's a lot of money. As you can see, that's a lot of money that can be generated just in space alone. And everybody's heading towards this type of thing. NASA wants to actually get rid of all their low Earth orbit operations. This is their next phase, and they want to decommission the ISS. Of course, this will be done over time, and they want to give all the LEO operations to commercial industry to do the things that they're currently doing on ISS, while NASA focuses on the moon and Mars. And this is what they're phasing in currently. And of course, Above Space is part of that. that phase in. Some of this I can't share, but this here I wanted to share. The proposal that I conducted or sent in is basically what they call a station in the box, okay, which is this one right here. And this module that you see here is this thing is already developed. It's already accessible. If somebody's talking. Yeah.
No, don't worry about that. Keep going, John. We're under some time pressure.
This portion right here, I don't know if you can see my arrow circling it, but that station in the box is what it's called, and that part is already accessible. Okay, you order this, they send it up into space. It will fit into any standard size fairing in any country that uses fairings. And it goes into space, it deploys, and when it's done deploying, you have a fully capable station in the box at microgravity. And it will do everything that you can do on the ISS right now. This station can do also. And like I said, this is not future technology. Above space, this is already you can order it right now and send it to space, and it's done. And it actually costs less to order one of these than it does to try to get a module on the ISS, or even a partial module on the ISS. This right here would be totally Asgardia's property, and at a fraction of the cost that they would spend on the ISS. And it's already, it can already do everything that's done on the ISS. The other interesting thing is that the module size in this station is twice the size of a module on ISS. So you actually have more room and more availability to do more things. And that's just this one right here. The proposal I sent in covers the station in the box and the Pioneer station. The Pioneer station is actually 5 modules put together, and it is capable of gravity, spin gravity, of course, not real gravity. And the gravity is that of the equivalent of what kind of gravity you would experience on the moon. And yes, there will have to be training and all that done, and those will be additional cost. But I feel that Asgardia is already trying to achieve some of these things, and I feel that they might have even thought about getting a module on the ISS, and so this gives them an opportunity to possibly achieve it at a lower cost than they would achieve it through other means. And because this is not future technology, this is technology that's already been tested in space, and the systems have already been tested, and it's ready to be sent up into space.
Okay.
So anyway, and that's basically what the proposal covers. It covers this one. It doesn't cover Prometheus, but it might, Prometheus might be actually something that we in the Asgardia 2 project look into, because this is, of course, is an automated system. It sends up basically whatever your experiment is, sends it up into space. It's done. There are certain parameters that have to be known, of course, and it's launched up, the experiment, and then it's monitored and can be adjusted from Earth. Of course, the capsule itself is fully automated, and it's to do industrial type experiments and all kinds of different experiments in space. And it's very interesting because I think they offer a very affordable cost plan on that for anybody that's wanting to conduct experiments in space. But you have to, of course, know some of the details for them to actually, they've already got customers lined up for this one. They've already got a customer lined up for this one. Those were those things and so ain't nobody lined up for that one yet, but it is in our proposal. All right, going back to the other one.
Yeah, I'm aware of time, so you need to be drawing your comments to a conclusion fairly quickly, please.
I'm working on it. Okay. The Asgardia Consumer Protection Act. This is, of course, something that the committee feels is really important. And we have it already prepared for first reading. And we're just waiting to get it on the agenda for Parliament. So that one's pretty easy. The Antitrust Act, we haven't really done anything with this yet. In my investigation with the United Nations and WTO, antitrust laws are becoming a big push. And so these types of laws have been proven to add a layer of protection no other types can give. Currently, we are researching, and we're in the research phase of driving the antitrust law for Asgardia. I really don't want to call it that, antitrust. I don't like that name. So I will probably come up with something different. And that would be something related to what it actually does, because it's not really I don't know why they call them antitrust laws, because they really don't have anything to do with antitrust. But that seems to be the name that they've attached to them. But we aim to create something modern and aligned with the United Nations and current international laws. Of course, the Asgardia 2 launch project, I've already talked about. Our committee has volunteered to help find a solution to sending an affordable satellite system into space. And under the leadership of Benedetto Professo, we have formed a working group of Asgardians who are dedicated to finding this solution. We have made progress and remain optimistic. And of course, we will continue our collaboration to support law groups to cover international trade and commerce with the Asgardia Financial Arc objectives. And we continue our support for PR activities, legislative activities, and all committee ministry and government relations. And thank you. One humanity, one unity. And that's my report.
Thank you, John. Comprehensive. What we're going to do, because we're quite short of time, I'm going to take justice and youth and education, and then any questions to those three, and then we'll have three more to do after that. So just in order to make sure we finish on time. The voting is now closed, by the way. So we'll get the result at the end. So thanks for that, John. What we'll do now is go to Peter Morn for his comments on Justice Committee. Peter, Deputy Chair, over to you.
Thank you, Lambert, and colleagues. I would like to share my screen, but I don't know how to, and there's nothing to share with you anyway, because I've got no fancy presentation. The fact is that we are a very boring committee and an incredibly hard-working one. We are the gatekeepers. We look after everyone else's activities. So anything that any other committee is doing in terms of legislation and so on, and amending legislation and moving from first to second reading should come through us. We won't be drafting it. We will be checking it to make sure there are no glaring legal errors and we're not conflicting with existing legislation. I have had a conversation with my minister, Mark Beer, and he agrees that this is the way that we should be doing things. I have an incredibly dynamic deputy chair in TJ. She is generating some legislation for us to put forward in due course to add on to the Arbitration and Mediation Act that we passed a year or so ago. So that's a little bit of excitement, but mainly we're here to help. We're here to field. We're here to comb through your legislation. That's what we want to do. And the other chairmen are realizing that and are starting to feed the work into us for us to check. That's all I want to do. Nothing fancy with this. No videos, no things on screen, but solid hard work to make everyone else's dreams come true.
Oh, thank you. Short and sweet. Very good. And you're doing a great practical job. We're very indebted, very grateful to Peter for doing that work. I'm going to take one more committee, then any questions to these three. Corner next, Youth and Education Committee, and then we'll have stop for some questions. Then we do the last three, which will be Safety and Security, Equity and Resources, and Manufacturing. But Corner, over to you.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone from all over the world. I firstly want to say thank you so much for my deputy chair, Carol Lynn, who was Carol Lockhart, who was willing to be on standby for me while we had our government and the electricity crisis in the background. I am going to quickly share my screen just to have my, sort of, so I can keep on track. I'm not going to read through everything. Carol said in the chat that she has posted this on Slack if any of you would like to have a look at this. So far this year, since the new Parliament, we have had 3 meetings. And obviously we had introduced ourselves. I feel that we have got quite a, like a large amount of expectation on the Youth and Education Committee. We elected the very capable Teresa Jones as our secretary. And so our main job, of course, is to create law in alignment with the youth and education sort of context in Asgardia. We are busy working on that, and we hope to early 2024 present our 2 first laws, namely the Asgardia Schools Act and the Asgardia Higher Education Act. This is very new, and we are hoping that we will meet expectations. We are currently focusing on 3 important projects. I am so glad to hear from the various other committees that there are committee chair people who are willing to collaborate, because we are going to need such a lot of support and collaboration from everyone. So the first project that I am really excited about is the Youth Leadership Project. We needed to find a way in which we can engage with the youth of Asgardia. And Sebatin is he's the coordinator for this, where we are planning to create a youth engagement program. We want to create some form of a structured, how to guide for anybody, anywhere that is in Asgardia that can connect with young people, that we can introduce Asgardia to them and connect and collect people. And here, of course, we would very much like to connect and collaborate with this is a perfect opportunity to collaborate with the Citizen Committee, because obviously they would like to get more people on board. And I have listened to what Roz said. I think in the Information and Communication Committee, it sounds as if we have got a very strong alignment there. They're talking about strong alignments, the language project under the coordination of Teresa. We are already working with the Culture Committee on this, and we are very excited about this project going ahead very nicely. And Teresa and the Culture Committee has spoken to you about this earlier, so I'm not going to say anything more on that. Then finally, our biggest challenge is, of course, the Educational Institute project. Starting a school and a university is no small feat. We are definitely going to need all of your help. I am looking at definitely Science Committee. I have heard from the Science Report, there's very definite opportunities for not just opportunity, need for collaboration, of course, finance, information and communication, trade and commerce, because this will be a private institute. I am very excited to say that, initially when I started looking at this, it sounded like, an impossible idea. And so our, in the Southern Hemisphere, our academic calendar is coming to an end. And over the last few weeks, I sat down and I planned this thing with the help of my minister connecting with the ministers of finance and the minister of trade and commerce. And I am cautiously optimistic about the potential of actually creating the Asgardia Space Academy, which will be Asgardia Space Academy, Higher Education, our university section, Asgardia Space Academy, secondary and primary as an online. I have meetings with various people, and I'm hoping to early next year give you a very strong positive idea of where we are going with this. But like I say, cautiously optimistic. So 2 other interesting things that is happening in our committee. We are looking at real-time translations for our Zoom meetings, which will have to be some sort of an AI basis, because we have a lot of people in our committee, as all of you have, who are not necessarily speaking the same language. And it would be brilliant if we can get some form of AI translation there. So we are working on that. And then just this interesting little 48-hour post meeting. So we have meetings once a month, and 48 hours after the meeting, we are posting everything that we've discussed on Slack, and our members can then sort of have a asynchronous online meeting after the fact. So we give everyone the opportunity to take part. All the people from the Youth and Education Committee, it would be really, really great if we can have closer collaboration, more physical, like interaction from everyone. We are, as I've heard from many other committees, having a real problem with people. We have got, I think we've got 22 members in our committee, and on average, we've got 5 members at meetings. I would really like it if you are more actively there, present. Thank you so much. That is me. Let me just stop my share.
Thank you for 3 great
Any
presentations.
questions, or we do questions?
Yeah, we'll do them now. We'll do them now. Thank you so much to all 3 of you. This is John, Peter and Corna. Any questions to those 3 before we go to our last 3 committees? Sabahattin.
İyi akşamlar.
Good evening, and thank you very much, Corna, for this great presentation. I had a suggestion, as Corna also knows, because we work together, for August 12th, World Youth Day, and for alignment with that Youth Day, maybe we can have a youth summit. We are working on this. This can be either physical or can be online, but we believe that this could be a traditional event for the global youth, bringing together the ideas of course, the themes of space and education. So there is right now a youth forum, as you probably know, and they gather under the umbrella of United Nations on August 12th every year. And there is also, and if it would be great if we can have a forum, like a space forum for youth. And we work on this with Corna and with other members of the committee. Hopefully we can work this out, and hopefully 2024 can be a great opportunity, because you probably know that there are Olympic Games in 2024 in Paris, and maybe before or after those Olympic Games, maybe we can create this vibe with this youth forum, and we can have the Asgardia name known all around the world. We expect your support, and we will be happy to share this draft work with you as soon as we get it right. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Any other comments to these 3 committees before we move to our final 3? Okay. Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you then to John, Peter and Corna. Let's move on to our final 3 committees. As I say, the voting is closed now and waiting for the results to come in, and I'll share them at the end. So let's move on to our next chair, is Ricky Sickles on safety and security. Ricky, over to you.
Hello, everybody. Let me see if I can share my screen here real quick.
So while he's doing that, after Ricky, it will be Ria Dell on equity and resources, and then finally Benedetto on manufacturing. But Ricky, over to you.
Let's see here. Oh, it's not going to let me, I don't think. Wait a second.
I saw myself.
Here we go. Okay. This is going to be real quick. Safety and Security Committee update. Third session of Asgardia's second parliament. We have an upcoming meeting on December 10th of the Safety and Security Committee, along with our working group members. I would like them to attend. We're still looking into how to conduct human factor testing of drone pilots over a distance. This is something I know that has been ongoing with other institutions and organizations, but I want us in Asgardia to have our own database to start with. Bridget Fikes, she's working on updates to disaster and preparedness information booklet that she's made for any Asgardian who wants it, or anyone else for that matter. The Safety and Security Minister and Ross Cheesewright are, I believe, working on bringing the pass system up to speed so that it can be used in that, and hopefully soon, so that we can get out of Google Documents. One other thing that I didn't put on here is that for foreign affairs, I assigned one of my people to help FERDA with anything that may come up as far as security issues, which foreign affairs does deal with. And I would encourage the other committees to find someone to work with her also on different areas that she may need help in, such as, with manufacturing and trade, things of that nature. That would be a big help to them. So, and that's the end of my report. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Very clear, very good. Thank you. And Ricky, what we'll do is we'll get your questions to you and the others all in one go.
Sure.
It's just a more efficient way of doing it, if I'm honest. So let's move on to manufacturing next, and it's Benedetto, followed by, equity and resources, Ria. Followed by Benedetto. So equity and resources, it's Ria Dell. Over to you, Ria.
Good day, everybody. Let me quickly share my screen here.
That looks nice.
Thank you. Okay. Committee and resources, our committee activity report. We are 13 members in Parliament. Myself as chair and deputy chair is Eva. We have meetings once a month. It's in a written format over a 3-day period over in Slack, which means that everybody that speaks their own language can translate the meeting in their own language, and everybody, because it's not a fixed time, it gives people 3 days to participate in the meeting, and I think it's working so far. Our main legislation topics, according to our constitution, that we are going to address is property law, natural resources law, and property rights law. Additional acts that our committee is looking at is Contracts Act, Digital Properties Act, and Efficient Resources Utilisation Act. We have chosen these and we are in the process of working on them. In the next 12 months, the Equity and Resources Committee will work with other committees regarding laws that will fulfill the Constitution. We will also look at the situation of the proposed office locations on Earth as it is published in the brochure. The Equity and Resources Committee will work with the Minister of Trade and Commerce, Asgardians and Asgardian and registered businesses to find products and service opportunities that can be offered to and utilized by Asgardian residents. And that's very fast what our thing is about. Thank you.
There are no extra points for being long. You get points for getting things done, and you clearly are getting things done, Ria. So thank you for that. Great. It's great to see the committees working so well. Clearly, a lot of synergy between them as well. Okay, finally, let's go to Benedetto about manufacturing, and then we'll go to questions for those three committees. So Benedetto, over to you. I can see it, but
Hello,
I can't. Yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah, we can hear you now. Hi.
Sorry. Good day to everyone, or good night. I don't know. We never know. For the manufacturing committee and for the first weeks, we were involved in the committee. We have done introduction topics so that we better know what we are doing, what we will do, and what is the status of the committee, what was done before. And so manufacturing committee is the driving force behind the development and execution of Asgardia manufacturing projects. We want to make projects a success, and we focus on strategic planning, resource allocation, and overseeing the transition of the APC initiative into a robust and structured institute. And this comes with a lot of discussion we had with Jacob, our Minister of Manufacturing. We had some meeting with him so that we can ensure that our committee action aligns with Asgardia's national policies and goals. And these discussions are vital for gaining insights, support, and guidance for upcoming projects. The main topic that we discussed was around the APC initiative and how we can make it real. And this transition involves restructuring the APC initiative into a more formal and expensive institute. This change will provide a more systematic approach to project management, resource allocation, and achieving Asgardia's manufacturing objectives and multiply the Asgardian project successes. And so our immediate task will include finalizing the institute structure, establishing clear operational protocols, and beginning the groundwork for our first set of projects. And so we will soon ask for projects that we can use as a use case for the pragmatic creation of the institute. And we aim to create a solid foundation for sustainable manufacturing development in Asgardia. And we will so continue to expand the IES in continuity. Building a legal framework, a key task is to develop the legal framework for the institute, which is not so easy. And this includes creating policies, procedure, and regulations that will govern how the Institute operates and how projects are selected, managed, and evaluated. So, to come, we envision a future where Asgardia is a forefront of space manufacturing innovation. This growth will be driven by the Institute projects, partnerships, and the continuous pursuit of technological advancements in sustainability in space. Thank you for your attention. And if you have any question, I am here. Jason is here. And thanks to Serge to attend to our meeting. For the moment, we are 3 to 4 active members on the committee. Thank you to everyone.
Thank you, Benedetto. I very much appreciate your presentation, and also to Ricky and to Ria. One request, please. Please send your presentations to Linda for the archive. So please, all 12, send what presentations you had for the archive also, because there'll be useful documents, both for me and also for government, to see what's happening. So please, really emphasizing this today, please send your presentations to Linda, to Parliamentary Coordinator, and also to me as Chair of Parliament, chair.parliament@asgardia.space. They're great presentations, and we want to use them as working documents. Any questions or comments to our 3 presenters? We've been talking, obviously, about safety and security, equity and resources, and manufacturing. That's Ricky, Ria, and Benedetto. Bridget.
Yes, earlier people had concerns about finding fellow Asgardians on the site, and individuals who are not Asgardians being able to go through and finding the names and potentially the ID numbers. Rick, what would you be your suggestion, if any, for correcting that situation? We would still, of course, like to be able to have Teresa keep up with the population numbers, but how would you be able to fix something like that?
Well, considering that we're not the ones in control of that webpage, we would have to have permission to talk to them to see what to do, because that's controlled elsewhere and it's not controlled by us. So until we can talk to them, it's going to remain the way it is. But now that they know about it, they may be able to fix it.
Thank you for your answer. Let's go to Ariadne next. Yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah.
All the things that have been planned are great. All the things that have been exposed are amazing, and I feel that in the next meeting for the ACP, it would be great to have Ria there, because she will be the one seeing how to balance the resources. Regarding what Corna did, that's fantastic, and there's a transversal action among the committees, and what one committee does impacts the other committees. And I think that it's like a cardamom, or like, yeah, whoever stops the rhythm of what is being done. So thank you very much for the work that you're doing together.
Thank you very much. Anybody else want to make any comments before we move on? I'll bring the Prime Minister in again in a moment just to make some general comments. Okay, thank you, you 3. Thank you to all 12. We've had 12 out of 12 today. That's really great. It's really good to see the committees working. The next Thursday, Basically, we've had 12 great presentations, and I'm just really pleased that so much is happening. The big challenge, which we will return to on Thursday at the chairs meeting, is to work out how we can improve attendance at the events, at the meetings. That's the biggest single question, I think. And we'll talk about that. Go on, Ricky.
Nothing.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Okay. So that's the thing I really want to talk about next Thursday at the chairs meeting. Clearly, my comment here is that we've got the action step. We have the action steps for each committee quite clearly laid out, and each committee knows what they need to do and how to do it. So that is just really excellent. Thank you so much. Let us hear from our Prime Minister. Lena, can I bring you in again for general comments?
Yeah, thank you very much, Lambert. Just to say, first of all, thank you to everybody. It's always an inspiration to sit in these very enthusiastic meetings. It was actually also on my request that Lambert suggested you send the presentations. I saw a lot of interesting, very well, crisply formalized material in your presentation, and I would like to share respective presentations with respective ministers. So if you did so, excellent. But my general idea would be, since you summarize your activities, it would be very helpful that the ministers also see it the way you structure it. I know on my side, from the minister's standpoint, about which cooperation is ongoing, and again, compliments for all the progress made to date. Some committees progressed more than the other, but also it's natural because some activities are more familiar and terrestrial to us. Some are really building from scratch, and I admire the creativity in the approach which people show. So for me, I ask to speak briefly at the end, just to say thank you and to reassure everybody that on the cabinet side, we take very seriously all the initiatives, and we are at the same time, I remind my mantra, I am the most grounded person in our space nation. So if anybody is to blame, is me. I first of all take on things which I see we can move forward. Some things I love because they're inspirational and visionary, but I do not see how to take them forward. I would love to be seen, to be shown how to do this. So we first of all advance immediately on things which can be taken forward, and we give a lot of thought to things which are visionary, and let's consider together what can be done about it. Concerning this remark, which occurred as a result of the excellent presentation by Bridget and Teresa, in the meantime, I had a chance to talk to the person in charge in our office, which runs the site. I want to assure everybody that we are not at any risk, because basically in legal terms, we are a social network. And in this sense, we are no different than Facebook. If you start searching a person on Facebook, if you put it in Google, for example, a person's name, and the person has a profile on Facebook, the link to the Facebook account comes up. Now, how clickable it is, it's something else. So we will again double check to be sure we're in line, but our terms and conditions and the searchability make us fine. It's fine where we are, but thank you very much for drawing my attention to it. I simply was not aware of this, and I will look further into how we can optimize, because again, Teresa applauds, really a round of applause for the work you have done manually, but I think we can do it in a more efficient, automated way. So I encourage Bridget and Teresa to get in touch with Ivan Drozel, who is the Minister of Citizenship. He also does a lot of work in reaching out to the community members, and I'm happy to participate if you need me. So again, congratulations to everybody on all the progress. It's really heartwarming to be around.
Thank you very much indeed, Prime Minister. And I agree with you. I think the presentations have been truly excellent. And to make the most of them, please do send them, and then we can share them with the government and the Prime Minister. Send them to Parliamentary Coordinator and send them to me as well, please, chair.parliament@asgardia.space.
And feel free to send your presentation to your respective minister. Of course, I'll post in the cabinet that you will either receive it directly or that we will share it via Lambert's office.
Very good. Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to make any comments about the committees before I move on to the next item, which is a review of the agenda and what we've been doing? Okay. Good. Well, we're on schedule. I'm very pleased to say. I guessed it would be about 6:30 when we finish. It'll be something like that. So let me now review what we have done today. Oh, sorry, one more thing. In terms of the timetable for priority acts, actually, the work has been done for me. If you look at the legislation being proposed in the presentations, that really forms the structure of, that forms the menu of legislation that will be going forwards. We have 4 first readings, and those will become, if they get past, second readings for the next sitting. We can maybe have 2, maximum 3 new pieces of legislation next time. And then after that, again, 2, maximum 3. That's a lot of legislation. Normally, we don't have more than 6 items all happening at the same time. But we've got a lot of work to do. So the priority legislation is coming from the work of the committees, together with work which is done at the executive level as well. I will need to check to see that we are doing everything we need to do. I am confident that we are, but I just want to check that we are definitely doing everything that we need to do. So that's exciting. It's very encouraging, and I just want to thank everybody for the work that they're doing. Looking ahead, next Thursday at the chairs meeting, we'll discuss some operational matters. One of them is talking about committee attendance and seeing if there's a way we can improve the attendance just by making sure that we create regularity and it's very easy for people to get involved in the committees. That's really important to me. So thank you once again to everybody. Let's now review. That's all I wanted to really say about priority acts. If you want to, you can, of course, propose items which you think are important, and I'm very happy to take your feedback and build these into the agenda. Also noted was the point that Alex Rizzi made just about the legislation that he has. He's not with us now, but I heard what he said, and I need to see what we can do about the finance bill. Now, let me review what we have done before I go to the voting results. On day 1, as always, we opened officially sitting with announcements. Then we covered the procedural issues, recording of the quorum, adoption of the agenda of the meeting, and looking forward at the agenda. Yesterday, day 2, as always, we opened with announcements. Then we covered 4 items of legislation: the Asgardia Information Safety and Security Cyber Act, presented by Mr. Ricky Sickles; the Asgardia Foreign Affairs Act, presented by Ferda Enam. Then we had the Asgardia Digital Interface Act from Ross Cheesewhite, and then we had the Asgardia Digital Properties Act from John Fine. After that, we had the preliminary financial overview from our Minister for Finance, followed by the government hour with our Prime Minister. We were efficient with time, and we finished within the allocated period and got all our work done. Today we began with the announcements as always. Then we have had a fantastic presentation from our colleague Mark about the Sirius project. Really found that interesting, and it reminds us why we do this, because sometimes maybe it feels that we're far away from space. We're not far away from space. We're getting closer and closer. And with private companies making space much less expensive to go to, the opportunity for us to use them as our taxi to launch our vision into space becomes ever more practical, more and more practical. So thank you to Mark. That was just a really good presentation from him and a good debate. Then after that, we went through the work plans of the committees. I think these were the best work plans I've ever seen. I think the committees are working well. We just need to have more people working on the committees, because I know that the workload is increasing. I know it is. And that's why I'm very pleased to be able to offer you the opportunity to use me when you need me as a resource, but also on Thursday to see how we can increase the number of committee members who are attending those committees. They all have the right number of people. It's just not the right number of people are turning up. Then I've just explained the timetable for priority acts. They're really coming from the committees. That's how it should be. It shouldn't be me just making up legislation. It needs to be legislation the committees can see is needed, and then we take it through the process. And I'm always happy to help with that. Then we close the voting at 1700 UTC after 48 hours, as always, and I'll read out the results in just a minute. Any questions or comments on that before I go to the results of the voting? Okay, let's go to the results of the voting. I should say now that I vote as well. I do vote. Before I didn't vote, but it seemed silly because obviously I'm likely to want to support the legislation, so I vote as well now. Here are the results of the voting. Registered were 99, which means we were quorate. That's more than 50% plus one of parliamentarians. So all of the votes do count. On the agenda, we had 97 in favour, 1 against, and no abstentions. So the agenda was passed. Then on the on Ricky Sickles's act, we had, let me just get the proper name for it. Always get this right, it's important. On the act, wait a minute. On the Asgardia Information Safety and Security Cyber Act, first reading. I'm just getting it onto a separate piece of equipment so I can look at them both at the same time. So for that act, in favour 95, against 2 and 1 abstention. So it's passed its first reading. Congratulations to Ricky. On the Asgardia Foreign Affairs Act, in favour 95, against 2 and 1 abstention. So that's passed as well. Congratulations to you, Ferda. That goes to second reading. A lot of work to do on it, but I think that fits really well with what we're trying to do in Turkey. On the Asgardia Digital Interface Act, Ross Cheese Rights Act, in favour 95, against 2 and abstentions 1. So you get to second reading there. Congratulations, Ross. Well done. And then the Asgardia Digital Properties Act, in favour 97, against 1 and no abstentions. So you're back in the legislative world, John Fine. Congratulations on that. You always seem to have legislation. You're probably the most legislative person in the entire operation, really, of Asgardia. But that means all 4 and the agenda were passed and they go to second reading. So thank you very much. Congratulations to all of you. I think it's really good news. Always pleased to see that. I think the fact we have the Asgardia legislative forums to discuss this definitely helps, because it takes the pressure off. It means we can have an informal debate to improve things. To make it absolutely clear, you have approved the core principles and the articles, not the detailed content. I think that in future we'll have a pre-meeting of everyone who has got legislation going through to make sure that we're all using the same version and there's clarity. That's something which I should have done before, but I realise now I should do in the future. So that's very good news. Thank you, everybody. So we now move on to my closing remarks and any other business. I feel that these meetings working really effectively. It seems to me we have the timing about right now. We brought it a bit earlier, which is better for people in the Far East, maybe. And it's a good compromise of times. For those who were not here at the beginning, I have tried all different kinds of times. Middle of the night in the UK, middle of the day, and we came to deciding that 1700 on day 1, 1000 to 1800 day 2, and 1400 to 1900 on day 3 seems to work. It's the least worst option, but I'm always happy to get feedback if anybody wants me to try something else as well. Makes no difference to me. I have my watch always on GMT these days, so that I know what time it is where you are. Then 2 other thoughts. Really impressed with the professionalism of the committee reports. I've mentioned that, so I won't repeat it. Just keep doing what you're doing. And we had 12 out of 12 committee chairs here. Thank you. I really think that's great news and really impressive, very positive, very encouraging. And the third and the final point I want to make is this: we're heading to space. I think that Mark Belakovsky's presentation was really inspirational. And the offer that if you can get to Moscow, you may be able to see the project there yourself. That's tremendous. And I really want to go take Mark's offer, and I want to go with it. Moscow is a very beautiful city anyway, but it's a really good reason to go there. So I'm hoping to go there. I'll come to you in a minute, John. Just want to also thank, as always, our interpreters. They're very, very good. We have such a smooth operation. Everyone talks at the right speed now. We have 4 languages basically represented. We're 1/3 of the way there. I really want to get more done. I'm encouraged by the committee proposal to find a way to create AI interpretation, maybe for the other languages. Sorry, other languages. I think there is still no real substitute for human interpretation, because the human interpreters, they convey, they share the mood, the tone of what's being said, as well as the actual content, and that's really valuable. And also want to thank my team. They work very hard running up to the events, and I'm the biggest problem because I leave things a bit last minute sometimes, but I'm trying to improve on that. So thank you to the team, especially Linda, Aliona, and Rebecca, and all the others. Shouldn't mention everybody. And we thank our ministers for attending, and our Prime Minister also. But most of all, we have to thank our head of nation, because it's thanks to him that we are here in the first place. We're turning his vision into a reality, and together we are standing on the threshold of a permanent space habitation. We just have to get our economy moving, and then everyone gets paid as well. John.
Yes, well, first I just want to say congratulations to all the Parliament for the acts that have now passed. But I don't know if you noticed any of it, but somebody made a really big announcement in the chat there. But they're saying that Turkey's going to be hosting the world's largest space congress in 2026. That's of course the IAC, and I think that's a huge announcement.
That's great news. I really like going there. I guess that'll be in Istanbul at probably the convention center, I'm guessing. That basically means, further, we have to be ready. We have to make the most of it, have our embassy working and everything else. 2026, it's only 3 years away. That's very soon. So what a great piece of news. I didn't see this coming in, actually. Robert, like you, I want to go to Moscow.
It's Professor Dr. Oh boy, I'm going to butcher this name.
Bahattin Devecioğlu.
Okay.
Oh, right, Sebahattin, I haven't seen your... oh, right, I see. Right, okay. I won't open it now because it'll fill my screen up and I can't take the risk. Further, you wanted to say something? Go on.
Yes, of course, I like to say, I like to congrats Turkey for this. I also just mentioned about the team has a Turkish member in the project for Series 23. So we are going very good and fast, like me. When you are Turkish, it's about sharing. Let's share. I like to take everyone to Istanbul all for them, and the office will be busy for some time. our team will do the meetings. I like to take especially corner to my home.
I'm sorry to
So it
interrupt. I
will be
posted
amazing,
in.
but I am sure we don't have much time and we need to go faster.
Dana?
I'm sorry to interrupt. It's in
Thank you very much,
Antalya.
everybody, for voting also.
It's in Antalya in autumn 2026. It was announced at IAC, and I now posted the link into the chat.
Antalya, yes, Antalya. Of course, it's a great city with good connections also, either directly or via Istanbul. But that's just great. That's a very nice city. I've been there one time and I really liked it. Very much, very good at that time of year as well. Thank you for putting that in there.
Happy to arrange place for us.
It is great. It's great news. And it basically, I hope that somehow we can get you to be part of the organizing team further. It's a natural place. It's got good visa accessibility and gives us every reason to try to make our presence as big as possible there. Let's go to Sabahattin and then Ugo. Sabahattin.
Evet, teşekkür ederim.
Thanks very much. Now, I have shared about these two organizations and I have been supporting these two projects. One of them will take place in 2025 in Ankara, Euro-Asian Space Gathering. So it will be in June and we should be there. And the second one is 2026 meeting, which was held in Baku last year. This will take place in Antalya. So in both meetings, I think we should be present as Asgardia, and the Istanbul embassy should be open and running as soon as possible, because Turkey is a gate towards Asia, Central Asia. That's why it is very important. And Turkish Space Agency is actively supporting those initiatives. So if you can be present there, if we can open a desk, if we can distribute some leaflets to promote Asgardia, it could be really useful. Both meetings are very important. One in Ankara, Euro-Asia Space Meeting, and the other one in Antalya, ICA meeting. So we would like to see you in Turkey during those meetings. Thanks very much.
Thank you. I definitely want to be there. I will be there. Ugo.
Thanks very much, dear Chair. Even the idea of meeting with you in my country is really inspiring, exciting. I want to be with you in 2026 in Antalya as a representative of Asgardia Space Nation together with you. I'm very willing to do so. And if you need any kind of help from me, any contributions, just give me a call. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ugo. We are blessed to have such wonderful Turkish activists. We are so lucky. I was very proud and pleased to see Ferda and John and the others in Istanbul on the way to Baku. It's one less flight for me. It's direct to Antalya. I can do that. That's no problem at all. But I'll be coming to Istanbul before then as we set up the plans, and maybe if we plan ahead enough, maybe we can all meet in Istanbul. I would expect to come up from a Friday to a Sunday so that it does not interfere too much with your work. And then we can have the meetings on the Friday and the Saturday. Thank you so much. We got Ugo. Oh, I think your hand's still up, actually. Yeah. Just put it up again if you wanted to add anything. I think I just hadn't lowered your hand. Right. Okay, that's good. Thank you. It's very exciting. This is very, very exciting. It's great news. Great news. And I can see the date, the annual meeting for the decision makers in Central Eurasia's space industries there, 24 to 26 April as well. Okay, I think we finished. Thanks ever so much to everybody. I've said my thanks already. Most of all, thank you to our head of nation and to the human race. Join us. This is an exciting mission, and it's not a game for us. This is the future of all humankind. We have to travel or die, as the late Stephen Hawking said. I'd rather we travel. And I hope that we will all get a chance to spend a little bit of time in space, if even for a reward, when our children and our children's children are doing the work. It's been a real honor to be with you again today. It's business as usual this week. Thursday, we will have our meeting with the chairs to discuss the question of committee attendance and how we improve it. And then we have our usual question and answer. I have to send some things, or help you send things, to the head of nation for some of you. Let me get everything done for this first, and then I can do the rest. A practical thing, we've got a meeting. I've got a meeting with Erin Omuzak, which I think we can start a bit earlier, Erin. I think we can do that at 18:50. So in 10 minutes, if you open the Zoom link, we can have our meeting. Thanks, everybody. I think that's everything. And as always, when we play the anthem at the end of the anthem, the session is closed. And we will, as always, shut it down when we get to 50% minus one of the attendees today. So that'll be at about 35. Actually, we're nearly at that now. Thank you, everyone. So let's play the national anthem. And with that, we close the final sitting of the Parliament digital sitting of Asgardia. And remember, we will have a Year Day celebration as always, but I'll share that information on Thursday. Linda, if you can play the anthem, that will be great. Thank you. Thank you. So the sitting is closed and the broadcast will stop now.